Should be live now. Hello, everybody. Make sure I have this off on my end. Double check that we are live. Hello. You didn't think I was really going to do it, did you? Hello, everyone. You know what this is, don't you? Well, you can't hear it because I put a noise gate on the microphone. There, you can only hear it when I'm talking. Alright, I haven't played this at all. So we're doing a rare break from the norm and actually streaming initial impressions of a game for a change. I hope nobody will mind that I've spoiled my Nintendo Switch 2 welcome tour experience on myself by streaming it. So let's give it a go and see what we find out. You know, it helps to say this right at the start of the VOD, but yeah, just to be clear, well, I probably wouldn't have bought this game if I wasn't going to stream it, but I might have because it might turn out to be useful if I make more videos. There might be something in here that makes for useful footage. So for example, the pack-in Astrobot game for the PS5 lets you draw on the controller for a little bit. And I used that in the, I don't know, one of the two theory videos that I did, Extrinsic Motivation, I think. I drew little arrows on it for footage. So there could be something in this that would be helpful if I'm talking about inputs or something like that. Who knows? Or just talking about the technology of consoles or games in general, you know. So let's give it a go. Find out what this is all about. By the way, I only got my Switch yesterday. Only got my Switch 2 yesterday, so I've only played a little bit of Bonanza so far. I have some sound coming out of my TV, so you might get feedback. Probably not, but I can hear the game a little bit. It's quite low on my end, but I can still hear it a little bit. Does that tickle your fancy? What was the tipping point for getting a Switch 2? Well, I had already paid for it. I just hadn't got it yet. I had paid for it when they announced the price thing. So I was right about that price going up. Not that it was hard to see, but I'm surprised they gave people so much time to adjust to it. So the price isn't going to get any lower. And I mean, I need one for work anyway. I can't not have a Switch 2 if I'm gonna, if there's any chance that I'm gonna keep making videos or anything, because there's just too many games on it that's gonna, if not now, then in the future. And yeah. Well, I suppose people already know that I've been working on a video. Like I said, it may or may not happen. May not happen. But it would be nice to get some higher quality Breath of the Wild footage for the video. It's obviously it's not about Breath of the Wild, but the game does come up in the video for a little bit, and it would be nice to get some footage of that. So that's another reason to get it now, because well, I need it. The controller's not vibrating. You would think it would vibrate to demonstrate this, but maybe it'll do that in a minute. I don't know if this will come up, but I believe... Well, yeah, maybe I can't talk about that because it's something I might technically be able to know, so... I might have to be careful during this stream, actually. I don't... Yeah, I don't know anything about the Switch 2 that you don't know, but... Yeah. I had, I think it was a PS1 controller I had. A clear controller for the PS1. That was one of the early DualShock models. And you could see the weights spinning in it. It was kind of interesting. From what I remember in those controllers, there was two weights. There was one in each side of the controller. And the one on the right side was heavier than the one on the left side. So the way they did it was just by having two different weights. So if you were feeling a weak rumble, it would always be the left one spinning. And if you were feeling a medium rumble, it would be the right one. And if it was a strong rumble, it would be both. But you wouldn't really know that unless you looked inside it, which is kind of interesting. That the rumble weight was always on the right side of the controller when it was certain types of rumbles, or the left side of the controller. That didn't really seem obvious until you actually saw the inside of the controller, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, I liked the era of see-through controllers at the time. So somebody else seems like they had one. I liked that at the time, but I don't really like it anymore. I think it's kind of tacky now. There's... It kind of... You know, obviously not everyone feels the same way, but for me it kind of produces a visual clutter in your life that you don't really need. That maybe just wastes some minuscule amount of your mental bandwidth as you're walking around. And you can see the guts of your controller. You don't really need to see it all the time. So I would prefer something a bit more straightforward these days. I'm looking, but I don't see anything. Okay. I don't have a Switch 2 Pro controller. A couple of people have asked what games I got with the Switch 2. I got a lot. I splurged. I think I said this on a prior stream, but I feel like physical media is on the way out. There was something from Capcom just the other day. All the earnings reports came out for all the games, and there's little things of little insights to be gleaned from those. I think Capcom said something like 90% of their sales are digital now. They don't even release physical versions of Monster Hunt anymore, though, which must contribute. At least I don't think there was a physical version of Wilds. Maybe there was, but there never was a physical version of Rise anyway, was there? I think physical is on the way out, and it's it's something that I'd like to have a nice collection for something, you know. I do. My game collection isn't bad. It's definitely not bad, but it's not it's not where ideally it would be, you know. And there's always these little weird gaps in my collections as well, like little games that I don't have, and I look back and I think, how do I not have that physically for that console? Why? Although there's some that I couldn't deal with or would have been too much of a hassle to deal with. Like for example, this is part of living in Europe. Living in Europe is, well, there's definitely worse places in the world to be a gamer, you know. But as far as like the developed world goes, or the most developed countries in the world, if you're going to be in one of the big regions, Europe seems to be the worst one because you got all the PAL games back in the day. And then Ireland is its own little thing within Europe because we're close to the UK, but we're not part of the UK. So people they kind of lump us in with the UK for marketing purposes and all that, but then sometimes we don't get everything that they get and blah blah blah. Like we have UK plugs here, not European plugs. I don't even know if plugs are standardized across the rest of the EU. Probably not. That not the whole EU, but maybe on the mainland in Spain, France, Germany, Italy, maybe along that way it's all the same. But I don't know. But we use the UK plugs, which are different from the rest of Europe. So you have to buy your consoles here, or you're not getting the right plug with it, and blah 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 blah. Anyway, so there's various reasons why my collection has never quite been what I would like it to be, and I think the Switch 2 could very well be the last console where physical media is accepted by default. So I would like to have a nice collection for it. So I'm going to be pretty liberal with the games I buy, which is why, if you ask me now, I think I'm leaning towards picking up that Star Fox. Plus, I will say, maybe I don't want to call too much attention to this, but I imagine Nintendo had an inkling that this would happen when they did this. Their hand was kind of forced in the matter anyway. But the physical prices have come down since they created that difference between, you know, the digital and the physical. So the game prices are not actually that bad. Anyway, all that said, this is all my excuse for splurging a bit on myself. I picked up Bonanza, Hyrule Warriors: Age of Imprisonment. I've never played any of those Hyrule Warriors games. Mario Kart World, Metroid Prime 4, Kirby Air Riders. I picked up Tomodachi Life as well. But that's Switch 1 game. But I'm kind of not expecting that one to get a Switch 2 version, you know? There you go. Let's see if we can retain the information, because I ended up talking for about 10 minutes. Oh, I can use the mouse mode. I haven't used the mouse mode at all yet, except a few minutes ago I was looking at the controller settings and it gave me a prompt to try it out, so I tried it. What can be found in the areas highlighted in the image? Look, it's a trick question. It's not it's HD Rumble 2 parts. Excuse me. I will actually try. Would you want me to try the quizzes, or do I give meme answers? What do I do? It spins. What's the streamer thing to do? It vibrates from side to side. What are the HD Rumble 2 parts? I've actually forgotten this. I'm pretty sure it's this bit, right? So it's the plastic on the back. Well done. Okay. Keeping you in suspense. Yeah, I don't think physical is going away soon exactly, but you have to factor in that the Switch 2 only just came out. I think it's very reasonable to imagine that this will have an 8-year lifespan. It may even be longer than that. I think if Sony launches the PS6 anytime soon, they're kind of crazy. and Nintendo may find themselves in a similar position with this one. So realistically, you're looking at, I think it's fair, it's minimum you're expecting a 5 year lifespan because that's what it used to be for consoles. And if the console is remotely successful, they want at least 5 years out of it. But could see this going for 8 years. In 8 years, is there still a physical market? I don't know. It may be the case that they'll sell a different version of the console that will accept cartridges or something. I could see the next Nintendo console allowing physical. After that, though, I think it gets very hazy. I would start betting against it after that, honestly. I'm not saying that this is what I want to happen. I'm just saying that's how I see it. It's not the first. I got it yesterday. It's not the first game. I played some Bonanza, but I'm not going to talk about it because I'm only near, wouldn't say I'm at the start exactly, but I'm still on the first playthrough relatively early on, so I'm not going to talk about it. It was tempting though to hold out and wait and make this the very first game that I played. We got a stamp. Oh yeah. Okay. This is, I've paid $10 and I'm not even allowed to experience all of the content of the game until I do Area E. Stamps. These stamp rallies must be in vogue in Japan or something. Because there's a, if you haven't played it, there's a stamp guy in Echoes of Wisdom who gives you stamps. The little release is fun, by the way. I'm going to have to try and avoid fidgeting with this. But the little release thing is fun. I have the mouse feet on the controllers right now and you use the release to pop them off. Pretty fun. The SL button. What? What the? Oh, right. It's just showing me. Okay, there it is. Quiz. Mouse mode. Did they actually use the phrase computer mice? Okay, I was skimming over that, but they said computer mice. It's be kind of the Nintendo move to pretend that this is not a mouse, that this is some other kind of technology that they've invented. So it's almost a little surprising to see them refer to it as a computer mouse. It can be used as a mouse. Yeah, I haven't actually tested Logic Bombs on the Switch 2 myself. I should, but I haven't. Um, but yeah, I knew it was compatible before launch anyway. Otherwise, I would have worried about that a lot more. I can't test that right now. I was using it on the arm of the chair. Should I be reading these out? I don't want to read them all out. Should I though? Yeah, I know. I know. Happy you don't read them out. I won't read them out. Whatever. You can read them. You can pause the stream, even if it's you're watching live. This is how you're getting your face reveal. I'll just run the Nintendo Switch 2 mouse all over my face. You can put it together yourself. That is pretty cool. I've seen this already, but that is pretty cool. That's a nice difference from actual, well, from computer mice. Shouldn't say actual mice. I don't want to be that disparaging. Absent-minded says the mouse controls, especially dual mouse controls, are by far the most interesting part of the console, and I hope more games explore everything that opens up. The problem with that is if you make a game that exclusively uses two mice, then you're kind of locked into the Switch 2 as your only console. Or at least it would make porting to other consoles quite difficult and probably go against the appeal of the game. I think it would be cool if other developers used it, though. I haven't used it. I haven't done it myself. Presumably, this game will get me to try that at some point, and we'll see how it goes. But in what way can you play games using Joy-Con 2 mouse controls? Let's put it into mouse mode here. By moving around, by jeez. Okay. By moving around the cursor. Okay. Fucking hell. In Joy-Con 2 mouse controls don't just have to be used on desks and tables. Where else can they be used? In midair. Let's try it. Nope. Underwater. Not going to try that. On glass windows on your lap. They had to come up with 3 ways that you couldn't use it. The underwater one is, you don't want to tempt anyone to do that. Anyway, which numbered area on the Joy-Con 2 controller shown? I'm kind of surprised that they put that underwater one in. Because you would kind of think, well, maybe someone will try that and break their Joy-Con. Maybe they're waterproof. I doubt it, but... Which numbered area on the Joy-Con 2 controller indicates the mouse sensor? Is it this thing? Or are these lights? Or this button? Is it the sync button? The lights? The mouse sensor? Or this other thing? What is that thing? It's this thing. It's 2. What does the gyroscope allow you to do with the Joy-Con 2 mouse controls? You can take pictures of the mouse and contemplate its artistic merit. What the fuck? You can rotate when you grab with the mouse. You can send the mouse on fact-finding missions. You can locate nearby sounds. What the fuck? Okay. 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 All right. I'm surprisingly tipsy already, man. I've only had one drink. It was a strong drink, though. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm not really laughing. I don't know. Somebody says I wish I could laugh like that at dumb stuff. Man, I think most times I would just be rolling my eyes. I think it's just you have to get yourself into my shoes. I'm drinking. I'm distracted by the stream, so I can't really give it my full attention, which just makes things more likely to catch you off guard. And I just don't know what the fuck is happening, basically. I didn't read any of these things. Oh, the sync button. Okay. I'm more interested, what is this thing on the end? Did they tell me? They've already told me. There's just a foot for the mouse. Okay. Well, why does it have that little thing that kind of looks like a button on it? The buttons are made of steel. Yeah, they don't feel like they're made out of steel. I'll give it that. So the magnet will work, isn't it? Oh, I'm so interested. To detach a Joy-Con 2 controller from the Nintendo 2 console, simply press the release button and the controller will come off in an instant. It's fun. I have to say, it feels a lot better than the Switch one. The build quality on the console itself just feels better. Feels sturdier. I don't think my original Switch was ever all that bad, but it's got that kind of wobbly rail quality to it. And the Switch 2 is not like that. It feels a lot better. It's nice. Feels like a really premium piece of tech. It feels better than, well, I wouldn't say the ergonomics are better than the Steam Deck, but as a sort of premium high-end device, it feels more polished or something than the Steam Deck, which I suppose you would expect, but not that the Steam Deck is bad exactly. I like that they actually made it comfortable. The grips on the Steam Deck are a lot more comfortable for me. I wouldn't want to play a long extended session of a Switch 2 game. I wouldn't want to play, like, for example, I played Silksong. I played some of it docked on the Steam Deck, but I played a lot of it handheld. And I didn't really feel like the experience suffered for that at all. The screen was nice. The controller felt comfortable. It was basically like playing it on the TV for me. You know, I wasn't missing any detail or anything like that. And the D-pad is pretty good. But I don't know if I feel that way about the Switch 2, but in pretty much every other way, it does kind of beat the Steam Deck in terms of feel, you know? Well, I say that I haven't had it long. Shouldn't be giving you too many opinions here. We're on a fact-finding mission about the Nintendo Switch 2. I didn't take this first one in at all. What? Oh, the button. Okay, yeah. Let's close that. I'm going to nitpick here. That hold B to close takes too long. Hold B to close. What is it I was playing? I was playing something the other day. I've been playing loads of different games, just trying to get footage of things. And I think maybe it was Remnant 2 I was playing. And I wanted to skip the cutscenes. And it has that hold to skip, and it just takes too long. There's a kind of, I don't know, developers kind of trick themselves into thinking if you can skip quite easily that it's almost the same as not having a cutscene at all, but it's like the difference between 0 and infinity. Or no, the difference between 0 and 1. Infinity is the unskippable cutscene. But the difference between 1 and infinity is a lot bigger than the difference between 0 and 1. Although mathematicians probably say they're exactly the same or some weird shit like that. But you get what I'm saying. There's something about just having the thing. Yeah, Siesta, I think the whole depressed thing is overused, but I do think it actually there's a trade-off to be made, and there are places for the trade-off that work. I mean, I kind of used it in Logic Bombs actually for resetting the puzzles, but which I think annoyed some people. And okay, if it annoys you, that's fine. The problem now is if you want to avoid that, then you have to have another pop-up. Um, you have to have another pop-up to say, are you sure, yes or no? Because it's basically where it should be used is it should be used in places where there's a downside to doing the thing. So if I hit B by mistake and I close the thing and now oh, I didn't mean to close it and now I have to open it back up and maybe I'm 6 prompts in and now I have to wait for all these little videos to play again. So there's a downside to pressing the B button. That's what they're trying to prevent. They're trying to prevent you from, having a bad experience like that. The question is, how often is the player expected to do this thing? And I think a lot of developers, the upside to not using the B thing is that if you're an experienced player who knows what they're doing, if the menu moves fast enough, I think it was John Carmack I saw once, it might have been in a tweet or something, he said something like menus should move at the speed of thought or something like that, I feel very sympathetic to that argument, even though my own game is not that way, right? I tried to make the menus fairly quick, but there are reasons why it's not that way in my game, which you may or may not call excuses if you like. But anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so if you're experienced, if you're speeding through the game and you know what you're doing and you're the professional user, whatever you want to call them, in the dry museum-y Nintendo Switch 2 welcome to our parlance, you're the professional, then you can move through the confirmation prompt at the speed of thought if the menus are quick enough. But first of all, most games that's not true. For example, something like Bayonetta, you might be skipping the cutscenes a lot, but if you try to hit pause, there'll be some kind of little fade animation, so it's not quite instant, you know. Um, and yeah, so the upside is not really as strong as it could be in most games. So I think for me, the question is really how often is the player expected to do this? And it seems like most developers underestimate how often players will want to skip cutscenes, which is very strange to me because if you're a developer working on the game, you're probably skipping cutscenes all the time. You might have some kind of debug flag or something that just automatically skips cutscenes, but probably a lot of the time you don't. Or at least you want to, maybe you want to watch part of the cutscene to make sure that it's loading correctly and then you want to move on or something. So they're probably skipping cutscenes all the time, and I don't know how it doesn't annoy them. And before I move on from this point, I just want to say that the reason I raised Bayonetta as a point is because it has a nice sort of middle ground option, a different option than the two that I've just been describing, where there's kind of a semi-secret key configuration that you can press. I think it's the dodge button and the select button that you can press, and it instantly skips cutscenes without any prompt or whatever. And that's one of the things they fucked up in the Wonderful 101 that I changed in my mod, where the prompt doesn't immediately skip the cutscene. You have to hold it for a second, which kind of defeats the purpose in my mind. And I made that instant in the mod, or there's an option to make it instant in the mod. Anyway, yeah, I agree it's overused. And some developers, the funniest thing is sometimes you play games, I can't name any examples off the top of my head, but sometimes you play games where developers are just following trend. They're just very clearly following trends and they have no idea why anything is done the way it is. So the worst case scenario is they'll put this hold thing in even though there's absolutely no reason for it to be there. It's just something you want to do instantly. But these hold things are trendy at the moment, so they put them in, Yeah. That's the worst. That's the absolute worst. Which of the following is used to detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers from the Nintendo Switch 2? Telekinesis, okay. The release buttons. By the way, right, like I said, I've only played a little bit of Bonanza. I don't have a Pro controller. I have a Switch 1 Pro controller, but not a Switch 2 Pro controller. I don't know if I'll pick one up. But probably will at some point. But yeah. I like that the Switch controllers have digital triggers on them. Even though I know it makes sense for some games to have analog triggers. But yeah. I was surprised that I actually hit the C button on more than one occasion by mistake when I was trying to hit the home button. So, but luckily there's an option that you can do. And if anyone has a Switch 2 and doesn't know this, you can go in and customize the controller layouts and you can just map the C button to the home button or something instead, if you like. So I've already done that. But they're not even the same shape, but it's just you can't really... I don't know. I feel like the home button is kind of... I don't know if it's different to the Switch, but the home button is quite close to the right stick, which is not really where my mind imagines it to be. My mind imagines it to be further down the controller. So I ended up hitting the C button instead. Which of the following is used to attach the Joy-Con 2 controllers? Love. Hang on, let's just cancel this, right? Since we're just fucking around anyway. What happens if I put in every answer wrong? I assume I just have to take the quiz again. Or does it even matter at all? Am I blocked out of areas of the museum because of this? Telekinesis. Love. In which ways can the Joy-Con 2 controllers be attached? Both of the above. Oh, I did that run right by mistake. Whatever. Where are the magnets that keep the Joy-Con 2? There are no magnets. They made them up. I don't believe you. But what do I get for this? What's the point of doing this? Is it a stamp or what? Well, I don't understand. I don't get it. Suppose I get the intrinsic satisfaction of knowing that I was right, yeah? The release buttons. In the grand scheme of things, the intrinsic satisfaction of knowing you were right doesn't count for that much in the end, you know. Trust me. Magnets. Both of the above. In the console. I haven't played Metroid Prime 4. Did I mention that as one of the games that I got? I got it. I'll play it. Play it soon. I'll play it soon. I don't know what order to play the games in, actually. Those who know their lore will know that I eat the bad part of the ice gem first so that I can enjoy the ice gem afterwards. I'm that kind of person. I do the annoying bad thing first. And then I do the good thing. The enjoyable thing. I'm kind of, based on what I've heard about it, I'm kind of expecting that Metroid Prime 4 is not going to fill me with a love of games, you know? It's not going to breathe life back into me. So I'm thinking maybe I'll play that soon. Yeah, maybe I should have started with Prime, yeah. I don't know. Bonanza was there though, and I just couldn't resist. I couldn't resist, man. Could not resist. I'm really gonna have to make a mental effort not to mess with these release buttons all the time. I'm doing it right now. Yeah, look, the Nintendo Switch 2 Joy-Con is not very well designed because I have to go all the way around here to get back up. Why didn't they think of this when they were making the Joy-Con? Do you know what I mean? They should have collaborated with the developers of Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour and figured that out. They don't hate me, Liam. They objectively don't hate me because they let me make a fucking game for the Switch. So I feel lucky and thankful to them for doing that. And I like Nintendo as a company, even if I don't agree with everything that they do all the time. Believe it or not. I have no fucking publisher or anything, man. You know? The trick to games like this, okay, I'm going to give you a tip for this game that I've been playing for 20 seconds, okay? The trick to games like this is to limit your perception of them. Limit what you're willing to do. So for example, I'm mostly moving horizontally and I'll only move vertically if I have to. Oh, I went off the edge of the armrest there. I'll only move vertically if I have to. Just limit what you're caring about. There you go. That's how I got 2 medals on my very first try of dodge the spike balls in Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. Okay? Because I'm a fucking professional. There's a 3rd medal. Oh, fuck you. Okay, but it went off the edge of the armrest. That's the main thing that tripped me up. We'll try it. Is it this one I have to do? I've already got 5. Get the fuck. Oh no. Okay. Okay. This exhibit requires mouse controls. How do I do this? I'll try the armrest again. We'll see. Maybe I'll try my lap. I haven't tried that yet. Oh, that works surprisingly well. Wow, well done. Well done, Thumb. Oh. Ignore that. Okay. It's not quite as good as the armrest surface, but it's a bit more comfortable. What are we trying for? 40. This is fun enough. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the presentation of this game. It's so dry. I think that's what turned people against it. Basically, it's just how dry it is. You can kind of see how they were maybe thinking, you know, if we just make this absurdly dry, then it kind of wraps back around to being interesting again. I think that's what the idea of this game was, tonally and all that. But I don't think, well, it doesn't seem to have paid off for them, first of all, because there's nobody really cares about it. But I think it also kind of hurts it in these mini games where you just have little spaceship.png kind of moving around, you know? I don't know. Where were all the stars, man? I got greedy. Alright, we'll leave it at 2 medals. I believe that there's a third medal. I was kind of guessing that there would be anyway. It's just a bit awkward to have 2. Something about your brain doesn't like the 2. You want the 3 to make it even or something. I actually didn't. I know I joked about this before, but no, I didn't get Super Mario Bros. Wonder TM Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Meetup at Bell Park. I'm not really interested in that, so I'm not gonna get that. Oh, we can run. Look at that. Depth. Why we're finding the hidden depths here. Okay. I'm actually struggling to focus here. Yeah, I think I would have preferred the Nintendo Land approach as well. They could have dug that one out. Find the strongest rumble. It's definitely around here. I want to say here. Oh! Look at that. Is there really a third medal? Okay, it would have to be 5 or less. It'd have to be 5 or less. Let's try a couple more times and see. I should have left it there so that people would think that this is because I'm about to out this as a fluke now. Okay, it's around here. I think it's here. Not bad. 3. Wow. Yeah, you're bound to get this though if you just keep playing. Might be pixels as the units. Don't know. It's a bit fainter this time overall, I think. Maybe I'm just getting used to it. We put it on the armrest where the thing is. Would you feel it? Will you hear it on the microphone? Hang on. Oh, you can. Hang on. I'll stay quiet. Okay, we'll go. Let's leave it there. I hope that didn't sound too annoying on the stream. All right, let's give it a go. Tech Demo 1. Checklist. Gently roll. Whatever. I'm not even going to read that. Exhibit requires shaking. You know, I normally put the wrist strap on when I'm playing the Wii. When I was playing Sin and Punishment, I had the wrist strap on. But two wrist straps is just asking too much. So, no, I don't have the wrist straps. Look at that. You can see me. You can see my hands now. You can see what I'm doing with my hands. I can dance for you. I can do, I can be the Star Wars kid. Do you know what I was doing the other day, right? This would have been one. I wasn't even drinking, but this one caught me. I would have laughed so hard if I had started doing this on stream. I know I would have. I was playing Death Stranding, and I turned Sam to face the camera, and I just started pressing R2 and L2 rapidly. I think it's because I was anticipating playing Donkey Kong Bonanza, because it means that Sam brings his hand up to hold his shoulder for each one. So if you do that, it looks like Sam is just beating his chest or something. But you know what? I'm gonna shit on that game a little bit. If you actually, you know the way we have all these graphics now, right? We have all these things to look at in the game, like lots of polygons and all. Do you know what I mean? Well, Sam still looks like shit. Okay, it's one thing about the cutscenes. I already got this out of my head with the cutscenes. I already said this about the cutscenes and the thing. But if you actually turn the camera to face him and just watch him, it just looks so dead. I was looking at him and I was thinking, this looks less alive to me than fucking Wind Waker Link. You know? I don't know, man. That's me though. Whatever. Shake a rubber ball. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, rubber ball. Oh, okay. Make a maraca appear for real? What? Oh. How did that? Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah, you know what? That does feel significantly different. That one is actually kind of impressive, I will say. This one is nothing. This one is just like, okay, let me try and do this properly. This is nothing really. This is not really very impressive. It just feels like a general weak vibration. Maybe if you do it a bit more slowly, you can kind of feel something to it. And I'll say, Nintendo's not the only one with this technology, right? There's a nice effect in Returnal where if it's raining, you can kind of feel rain patter on your controller, which is nice. But most developers don't really use this kind of stuff as well as they could. This doesn't really feel like much, but this is interesting. I can't say I've really felt anything quite like that. That kind of does really feel like there's something in the controller bouncing around. There's something about that that's actually quite impressive, I think. And you can it feels like you can feel it moving in a different direction when you do it in different ways. It's not perfect. It's far from perfect. Doing this kind of circle thing, I think it's not really keeping up with me. Kind of. It's not really sure what to do. If I do this motion, it doesn't really seem sure what to do. It's kind of expecting a left, right, or a back, forward, I think. But it seems to have a different response for each of these. But that feels surprisingly good, I will say. There's something to that feels a bit different than others. Unfortunately, fellas, I don't think I can make it look like I'm jerking off with this. Can I? Maybe. I don't know. There we go. Of course, for it to be accurate, the maraca would have to go off screen, up the top or something. So, all right. Okay, I thought I'd been everywhere over here. What did I miss? Oh. Capture button. Why are these podiums not here? Why do you have to... What's the logic here? Can we break this down? Can we figure out why they did this? Why does the podium only appear when you go near the thing? Okay, we have to go and get stamps for each of the individual buttons. There must be one, yeah, here. The minus button would make for a comfortable bench, alright. That's kind of nice. Can't wait until we see the plus button. It's going to be so exciting. Is there one over here? Yeah. Wow. ZL. And L. Just another way in which all three major console manufacturers just will not come to an agreement, you know? They just all have to have their own version. Rewards exploration, like Dark Souls, yeah. What's this? The fuck? Lost and found? Okay. Okay, why? Okay, maybe that'll make sense later. One more stamp. Am I allowed? You have to get every stamp. Jesus. What did I miss? If only the podiums weren't fucking invisible until you walk next to them. What the fuck? Change look. Surely it's L3. That's a good guess. Where's the stick? Yeah, it's probably there on the side. Yeah, good guess. Is it here? Must be over here. There we go. We got all the stamps. Amazing. Man, if it just exploded. Imagine if it just exploded and this was Shin Megami Tensei 6. Amazing. Man, I've got so many stamps. You don't have all these stamps, fellas, because you're not willing to pay $10 dues for a Nintendo Switch 2 welcome tour. The proper way to play Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour is to become an eSeleb and then get somebody to send you $10 so that you didn't even really pay for it. My sixth sense speaks to me. It's telling me there's a hidden stamp somewhere around here. I'm certain of it. All the fucking stamps have been hidden, man. The fuck? This guy is weird, man. He's like stepped out of Killer 7 or some shit. We're in it. Master, we're in the tight spot. We're on a Nintendo Switch 2. Check it out, top to bottom, man. You're right where the Joy-Con connects. This is like the most lewd part of the console. He's into it. Thank you, Azim. Somebody already gave money for it though the other day. You're all splitting the cost though. You're all each paying for 10 seconds of Nintendo Switch 2 welcome tour. Oh, my gamer cred is on the line. I can't do 120 FPS right now though. I'd have to undock the console, and that runs the risk of technical difficulties. Plus, you wouldn't be able to watch it anyway. If I can do a 60 FPS, if anybody knows, will it give me 60 FPS? Let me pop it on a different setting for a minute and just see if this breaks anything. No, it's telling me I need to connect it to a 120 hertz compatible TV. I can't do that. I forget how long this thing is. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it won't let me play it unless it's a 120 hertz thing. I mean, I can do it handheld, but then you won't be able to see. There's not really any point. Let's do a demo. Look at that. We're unlocking content. I can't do this either. Yeah. What we need, the next piece of gear. Actually, this was an insight that I had recently. The next piece of gear that I need is a 4K 120 FPS capture card. So keep those donations coming, chat. This is an insight I had lately, actually, going. We've done the whole be a YouTuber and then become a game developer thing. Now we're going backwards. And this depends on the type of game that you're making and how much you're willing to do yourself and lots of other factors. But for me, at least, I need more equipment to be a video creator than I do to be a game developer. Be a game developer to make you know, it depends also on, I don't know, there's a lot of factors that go into it. But if you're making a simple game, you just want to release something on Steam or whatever, you can just do that with a computer and you don't really need anything else, you know? Whereas if you're making videos, there's a lot more that you need. You need a capture card. My capture cards they're still fine, but they're kind of outdated because they don't do 4K. Now, to be honest, there's a lot of the time I might just want to set it to 1080p anyway, because I'm not really a fan of the upscaling things, especially on consoles. Maybe it'd be, if I had a high-end PC, maybe it'd be a different story, but anyway, 1080p is not bad. I'm okay with it. But ideally, you would want something like 4K HDR or maybe even 120 FPS. I don't know, depending on the game. But then also you need storage space for the footage that you get. And then you need the games themselves and the consoles. This is, like I said, part of the reason why I got this now is because now it's just it makes sense. I could make do with the Switch 1, but I try to, wherever it's possible, to get the highest quality footage of a game that I can. I don't always succeed at that, but I try. That's part of the reason why I haven't really had that many PC games lately, because I wouldn't be able to do them justice, you know. Kind of like, just to give some more insight into what I'm thinking when I'm making videos. Here's the part that you might find interesting, right? I think sometimes, this back in the day, I don't really know how it is anymore, but back in the day, a long time ago, when people were making reviews and stuff like that, one of the things that they would do is the review would almost feel like an ad for the game. It would be like presenting the game in a really good light, or cut together almost in a way as though it's a trailer or something. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've really seen anything like that, so maybe it's... But maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. But this was an idea I had in my head, that the video should not be a trailer for the game. It's not a trailer. But on the flip side, you don't want to present the game in a worse light than you could if you can help it, you know. Like for example, it would be kind of shitty of me to, especially for something like Death Stranding I was talking about earlier, about how the cutscenes don't really connect with me. I don't think they look as good as other people think they look, and blah 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 blah. That would all land a lot more hollow if I was playing the game on PC on low settings at 720p. Do you know what I mean? So there's something about that. Yeah. What does the map button show? It just shows your stamps, I think. HDR fireworks. I wouldn't say 4K is gimmicky. It's a resolution increase. Somebody says 4K is gimmicky. I wouldn't say it's gimmicky. It's a resolution increase, and those have been happening for years, and you can see why they're a good thing. I think the jump from 1080p to 4K is not as big as 480p to 1080p, but then again, 720p was an intermediate stage, but also 1440p is an intermediate stage, so the comparison is kind of apt in that it going from 480p to 1080p is 2 steps upwards. On the scale that we're talking about, going from, and so is 1080p to 4K. I don't think the jump from 1080p to 4K is anywhere near as impactful as 480p to 1080p. But it's not a gimmick. That's too harsh. Just that a lot of developers can't actually render their game at that resolution, so you end up with this temporal anti-aliasing thing that makes the game look blurry. And I can't remember what game I was playing. I was playing a game a while back. I think this was when I had the PS Plus for a while. I should say as well, I used that. I think I said that in the prior stream. Yeah, I used up my month of that recently. But yeah, I was playing some game and I actually didn't want to play it anymore because just looking at the blurry graphics just hurt my eyes from the temporal anti-aliasing in it. I don't remember what game it was. There's some games I played that I don't like it in. It was probably just something I played on the catalog, and it was just irritating me after a while. It was that bad, but I can't remember what game it was. This might break as well, but no. Okay, we're missing out on some stuff here, but there you go. It is what it is. I can't, yeah, there's nothing I could do for that. I'd have to turn the whole thing off and unconnect the capture card and all that, so we just can't do that, fellas. Sorry, it would take like 5 minutes for me to do that. And then set it back up again so I'm streaming properly, so. I will say, yeah, somebody says, gotta say, I'm totally fine playing and watching at 1440p. I think that's probably a nice middle ground to be in, but I will say there is a good argument to be made for 4K eventually over 1440p, because I think I think 4K is the point where 480p, it's, what's the term I'm looking for? Lowest common denominator. It's a lowest common denominator between 480p, 720p, and 1080p, which means that the most common game resolutions of the past, I don't know, 30 years or whatever, or of all time, will integer scale up to 4K, whereas they won't integer scale to 1440p. I forget which ones won't, but 1080p obviously won't. But they will all integer scale up to 4K. So I think 4K or 8K would make good endpoints for that reason. I wouldn't really want the end point of graphics to end at some point where that wasn't true. But I can see how for modern games, 1440p is a good middle ground. Because integer scaling matters less going from 1080p to 4K than it does going from, say, 480p to 4K or whatever like that, you know. So yeah, even if you think 1440p is what we should be doing now, which I don't necessarily disagree with, I think I would be against saying that that's where resolution enhancement should stop for all time. Game cards. That's surprisingly technical. You wouldn't expect them to say something to give you an exact buffer size or something like that. Assuming a buffer size of 4 megabytes on the system side, the read speed is about 5 times as fast as that as a Nintendo Switch card. However, yeah, this reminds me of one of the bigger technical oversights. I don't think anybody really called me out on it. It wasn't that big a mistake, but um, on a stream I was talking about the PlayStation 5. It might have been before it came out. I didn't get one until maybe a year or two in. But I was saying that I wonder if the speed of it, because basically from the way they were describing the speed, it can saturate the RAM. I don't know how I want to phrase this, but it can read very, very quickly. And I was wondering if it means that loading times are going to be eliminated altogether. But of course, the thing I didn't think of, which I should have, is that often the stuff that you're reading in is compressed in some way and then needs to be processed. They have a decompressor as well on the PS5, probably on the Switch too as well. Maybe we'll learn about that today. But there's still more to it than that. In my own little engine, uh, in the Suck engine, I still hesitate to call it an engine, you know, but in my own little engine thing, for the 2D platformer stuff, there's a bit of processing that happens when you load into a new room where, yes, the data is technically there, but it kind of gets unpacked in a way that makes it faster to process on a frame by frame basis for the remainder of that room. And basically, I noticed that say you have a screen transition, it might delay the screen transition by 1 frame at most, probably not even that, to be honest. But you could have a huge room and it might delay the screen transition by say 1 frame. And I figure, well, that's an acceptable trade-off to make it faster for the whole duration that you're in that room, you know, especially if the rooms are large. So there's considerations to be made here where, yeah, just like they're saying, just because the speed goes up by a factor of 5 or whatever doesn't mean the loading times will be 5 times faster, because there's decompression that you have to do, and maybe you've packed the data in a way that you have to process it somehow. And you make these trade-offs for various reasons. For example, just like what I could do is, if I was unhappy about all that, what I could do is I could have, I mean, there's probably just some smarter coding solution that I could do because I'm not good enough, you know. But what I could do is, if I could take my solution and I could build a tool that just pre-processes all the levels and does all of that processing once. And maybe that would be a good thing to do. I mean, if you think about, if I made a game that sold 1 million copies, here's fucking hoping one day, then if the game is played, say 10 million times, if people replay it a lot or something like that, then by doing that step once on my computer, I can stop that from being done 10 million times elsewhere in the world, right? Or if it's in a screen transition, it could be done hundreds of millions of times, you know? So there's a huge trade-off that can happen there, which I think is something developers should think about in terms of the energy usage of what we're doing. Although there are certain ways that humanity is wasting huge amounts of energy right now that we don't need to get into. But anyway, it doesn't mean that you should stop trying to do a good job yourself just because everybody else has. But anyway, you do all this stuff and then you've saved a lot of processing, but the size of the game has increased, you know? The size of the game has increased. Now, in the case of what I use it for is like collision data. In the case of collision data, that's still fairly small by today's standards. You know, in the end, you might end up adding a few megabytes to the game's total size or something like that. But for a big open world game or a game with a lot of complicated geometry of some kind, then that trade-off is going to shift. And for AAA games, the processing itself could maybe eat up a lot of time because maybe you want to do that in a different way. And yeah, so anyway, all these things are complicated. I don't want to be. I think game developers sometimes oversell how complicated it is what they're doing. So I don't want to say that it's it's not incomprehensible or anything like that. At the end of the day, there are relatively simple principles underlying most things in terms of, you know, you have your memory layout and the processor has these things that it can do or can't do, and da 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 da. But yeah, games are built above kind of layers because they're so complicated and it's hard to get back down to that way of thinking about them. Anyway, talking shit now at this point. They look practically identical. I'm going to go back to that other one because I wasn't paying. Oh no, it said something. Yeah, I took it in. Actually, there's one more difference. This is like what they did with the Game Boy back in the day, isn't it? That's cool. But that means, I assume that means you're not actually blocked from putting a Switch 2 game into a Switch 1. I did. I watched some of A Fox in Space. There's only 2 episodes of it or something, is there? I watched the first episode. It wasn't quite like what I was imagining based on the chat jumping at me. I didn't really like the voices, I have to say. But I understand that it's its own thing, kind of. It's not really trying to be some kind of official Star Fox adaptation or something. But it is kind of like what I was talking about, yeah. Oh, you reminded me. This title isn't as evocative as it's not as memeable as Star Fox is Bankrupt or something like that, right? Uh, but I don't know how this didn't occur to me. I was so annoyed that this didn't occur to me after the fact. A different way to do Star Fox is Bankrupt. Star Fox Goes Under. Because then it's a pun because of the Tory Gate kind of inspiration of the thing. Star Fox Goes Under. You know? There's a different title for you. One of those exceptions, by the way, is not Logic Bombs. Logic Bombs is not an exception. So if you have a Nintendo Switch 2 system TM, you can play Logic Bombs on your Nintendo Switch 2 system, even though it's a Nintendo Switch 1 game. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. Just saying. Just saying. You know? Slenderpup says, "Oh shit, I can buy Logic Bombs for a 3rd time." Yeah, please don't put yourself out buying a million copies of Logic Bombs. It's got to be. I should say this. I appreciate all the donations and all that, and you know, I'm welcome. I'm open to them and all, but it's nobody's responsibility to go out and buy Logic Bombs. You know, just to try and keep it afloat or whatever. If you bought it once, that's plenty. That's more than most people, and you shouldn't be going out and buying it on every platform ever just to support. I mean, if you're very wealthy and it doesn't really matter to you, that's fine. But I don't want anybody to put themselves out over it. You know, the game kind of has to stand on its own legs at a certain point. I've been lucky to be able to. Well, it's not all luck, but I'm thankful that I've been able to launch it with an audience, and that it's done okay, and you know, blah blah blah. So, don't put yourself out over it. What do Nintendo Switch 2 game cards have more of than Nintendo Switch game cards? Well, unfortunately, memory is not one of the things listed here. Nintendo's regretting that right now. I don't even know if they have more memory by default. There's probably ones that are the same size. Oh, capacity. Yeah. What's the purpose of the notch that can be found on Nintendo Switch 2 game cards? The console uses it to determine the type, the game card type. But what happens when we put one of these? Oh, okay, the close-up, I can see it here. We've got the little notch here. That would not prevent this from being inserted into a Switch 1. So presumably there's something in the Switch 1 that makes it under... Well, I don't know. It's probably just got some kind of header on it that just says, I am a Nintendo Switch game. And this one says, I am a Nintendo Switch 2 game. And so if this sees anything other than I am a Nintendo Switch game, it probably just says no. That's just a guess, though, from me. So which kinds of game card can be inserted into the Nintendo Switch 2 console? Both. I got stuck in logic bombs on the 64th puzzle. I started over twice and I'm still stumped. Is that something you intended? If it's the one I'm thinking of, yeah. Is it the start of row 4? Is that the one? No, the 64th puzzle would be, strictly speaking, I think in like programmer numbers, so I'm thinking of the start of row 3, but you mean the end of row 2. No, it's 16 per row. So you would mean the end of row 4. Right. That one is tough. Yes, that one is tough. If it's the one I'm thinking of. I don't know. Generally, the ones towards the end of the row are considerably tougher. The idea is, you can move on to the next row. It's not completely linear. Like if you go left to right, I don't know if I said this on stream yet, but if you go, the idea was not for the difficulty to be totally linear if you go from left to right, top to bottom. The idea was that for there to be some kind of overlap or difference, so that when you get to the end of row, even at the end of row 1, I think the end of row 1 is harder than the start of row 2, and that's intentional. I'll be back in a second, fellas. Hello, am I back? Before I forget, you can tell me if it's I will do a poll. Engage with your audience. I'll do a poll. Here you go. So the poll is, has there been too much Logic Bombs chat on the streams? Because I feel like I talk about it too much because it's just a simple little game. But there is something I want to say anyway, regardless of what the answer to this poll is. Because I think it was the last stream I was talking about how I get frustrated that sometimes developers go about clamping you, trying to clamp you and make you have the same experience as everyone else. But I do want to say that this was already something I was intending to talk about in the Logic Bombs developer commentary, but in a different way, because basically I think there's good and bad ways to do it. I'm not saying that I did it the best way ever in Logic Bombs, but at least I didn't contort the game itself to make that happen. That's the difference that's what I think the difference is between what I was complaining about and what I did. And how I think actually a large part of being a designer is trying to get people into a certain experience. Otherwise, if you're not doing that, then your game is just the players, it's a sandbox, right? The player sits down and does whatever. There is a certain amount of constraint and pushing players to behave in a certain way. And I did have that in my mind with Logic Bombs, and I'm gonna retread the commentary before I even made it. I haven't even recorded anything for it yet or anything, but what you were talking about so somebody was asking with the puzzles getting harder at the end of the row, what you were talking about is an example of that. Basically, what I was doing by making the end of row one, it doesn't apply to every row, I would say, but by making the end of row one and several other rows in the game, by making that harder than the start of row two, what I'm doing is I'm encouraging some players to give up on a puzzle and play a later puzzle instead, so that they actually take advantage of the fact that the game can be played non-linearly like that. Because there's some players for whom, unless they'll just go through the game totally linearly, and they will bang their head against a wall over and over again and get frustrated or whatever. And I'm kind of trying to indicate to them that it's okay to leave this puzzle for now and play other ones, because I think the game is more enjoyable that way if you feel okay giving up on a puzzle. But similarly, in the opposite side of that is, and again, think I'm using the word clamp, right? Give them the clamps, right? Another way that I do the opposite. There are some players who what I imagined is there might be a player who, when they unlock a bunch of new puzzles, they're fidgety, or they're just for whatever reason they have this impulse to just go and open up all of the puzzles and look at what ones look interesting, and maybe I'll just solve the ones that look interesting, right? Even though sometimes the ones that don't look that interesting turn out to be interesting and fun to solve, right? Or they might quickly open it up and say and then move on to the next one, and just keep moving on. So there's actually two small disincentives to doing that. And this is something that kind of seems like an oversight, but it isn't. And I can understand there's a slight downside to it. But one of the things is there's this thing in the game where when you open a puzzle, it gets marked as opened, right? And that's kind of a quality of life feature, because it helps you know what puzzles you've already opened that you might already be working on. So if you're engaging with the game in a more normal way, in the most normal way, where just sometimes maybe you click on a random puzzle, but sometimes, but you're mostly going through the game linearly and you're just trying to engage with it in a good way. What happens is, when that happens and the puzzle gets marked as being opened, it means that it's just a quality of life thing. It's just a convenience feature of, oh yeah, now I know that I've opened that one, I'll go back to that one and try that again. If you have to move on, you can go back and go, I know that one. But for some people, it becomes a disincentive to go and open up all of the puzzles, because then, first of all, then that convenience feature is useless, and second of all, now you have a load of unmarked puzzles. Puzzles that are marked as being opened on your thing. So that's why even if you reset the puzzle, it doesn't reset the mark on it, because it's a slight disincentive to do it, to open up a load of puzzles. No, I understand where you're coming from. So Pop Pope says it should be marked if you have a piece placed. No, because then you've seen the puzzle, right? I want a disincentive to stop somebody from just going and opening up all the puzzles one after the other. The other disincentive is, this is a twofold thing, so maybe you think I overthink this game for how simple it is. This is a twofold thing, but the very first time you load into a puzzle, the fade in is longer. So that's a twofold thing. The first reason to do that is because it's a new puzzle. You're about to see something new for the first time. So it gives it a little bit of extra suspense, a little bit of extra intrigue when you open it up. It feels a little bit more impactful if the fade in is slower. But also, if you go and you spam open a load of different puzzles, that slow fade in will start to annoy you and will maybe make you think, oh, fuck it, I'll just go back to one that I already opened, you know? So it acts as a disincentive again. But I'm trying to do both things. I'm trying to clamp the player experience. For players who are stuck, who are just going to do it totally linearly, I'm saying you don't have to do it that way. I'm trying to make them think you don't have to do it that way. And for players who bounce all over the place, I'm trying to say, please don't do it that way, right? Try to do it more or less linearly, but bounce around if you feel more comfortable with that sometimes there and there. So you want to go in. But the thing is, the game itself is not any different, really, right? The core gameplay doesn't change to accommodate you. It doesn't make the game easier or harder or do anything that changes the game, really. It's just trying to get you to behave in a way that I think will make the game more enjoyable. So, but it doesn't do anything that really negatively impacts the game that much. I mean, the slow fade might annoy you a little bit. The fact that the puzzles get marked might annoy you a little bit, but it's not impacting the core gameplay, you know? So. Yeah, that's fine. October says I played Logic Bombs linearly, but I actually like being stuck makes me feel challenged. That's fine. I mean it's telling that I didn't do anything to stop you from doing that. I didn't put in a puzzle that you couldn't solve with the knowledge that you had. If that's the Likewise, I didn't technically do anything to stop somebody from bouncing around as much as they liked. Um so I didn't dictate. That's another maybe good thing about it is I didn't dictate how players play the game. I just maybe subconsciously, subtly made a suggestion to them, you know, about how the game should be played. Okay, we'll end the poll. Apparently, so I did a poll that said, has there been too much Logic Bombs chat on the streams? And it's 17% yes, 83% no. So if you're in the yes camp, you're outnumbered. I feel like the answer might be yes, honestly, but yeah, anyway. Nintendo is listening to this stream through the Nintendo. Hang on, I have to say this low, even though the Switch 2 microphone is very good. They're listening to this stream through my Nintendo Switch 2 microphone, waiting for me to violate my NDA. It's all just been a big trap to get me for something I said about them in the past, maybe. I don't know. What did I say that annoyed them? But yeah, they weren't happy with some of my reviews, maybe, you know? And they're listening to me through my Switch 2 microphone. I have to be careful, fellas. Okay. I have to. Well, like I was saying, I love Nintendo. Absolutely love Nintendo. Shigeru Miyamoto, greatest guy ever. Talk to him all the time on the phone, as you know. Call him up. Well, he calls me, actually. He calls me more than I call him, if I'm being honest. I don't know. I'm a bit sick of hearing him call me up. He called me up the other day and he said, listen, it's going to be the Star Fox game we've been collaborating on, and you're the you're the ghost designer on. He calls me up and he says, the direct is in 15 minutes, by the way. I'm telling you this 5 minutes before everybody else, out of kindness. And I went, thanks, man. I don't really care, though. You know, like I've ghost designed how many games for you now at this point? You know, don't worry about it. That's okay. Call me back when the next one is greenlit, and we'll make a new one together. Okay. But so I don't know. I'm a bit sick of him calling me up, but he's a good guy. No, I don't think Nintendo would hire me if they knew what the fuck they were doing. It is one of the few companies I would actually consider working for, though. Even though I don't know any Japanese or anything, so. I kind of like that they have uniforms, you know? That they wear their uniform and go in and treat it like a proper job. I don't know, that sounds kind of nice. But I'm not sure if I could really restrain myself enough to actually work there, you know? No jokes aside, I've said this before. I actually do like Nintendo, and I'm thankful that I got my game out on the Switch, and I appreciate what they're doing. And they're still making games. They make games in 2026, still making games. I wonder, I was thinking about this a while back, but I hadn't really thought about it in months. But you got to wonder how much the pandemic influenced what they were doing here with the Switch 2. Because it seemed like game chat was a big focus for them. And I'm probably not really going to use it, but maybe people are enjoying it. I don't know. Uh, but I don't know if it's as big a selling point for them as they imagined it would be. But you can kind of see how they'd be worried that maybe in the post-pandemic world things were just going to shift for us for good somehow, and nobody would be playing in real life anymore. Although really that's the way things are going anyway, isn't it? Most people are playing online. So, I don't know. The particles here are nice. They remind me of something though. I don't know what. I mean, they're just circles, but kind of remind me of something. Gabriel, I genuinely can't talk about porting to the Switch. I'm thankful it happened, but I don't have a lawyer or anything, so I can't vet anything that I say. So I just have to say nothing. So um, it was a nice experience. I'm glad I did it. So, and I'm thankful they let me, and I'm happy it's on the console. There are some nice little demonstrations in this. I still feel it should have been a pack-in game, but there are a lot of little demonstrations like this and stuff, isn't there? Isn't there? Which component designed for game chat is built into the Nintendo Switch 2 console? A microphone. The sound of rain. I should have left the sound of rain in as well. Bees? A fan. An engine. The suck engine. The size of their mouths. Why is chat saying beads? Beads? What? It's going to be some kind of microphone demo I'm not going to want to do. We're missing all the demos. You can learn about the Switch 2 console stand here, man. I'm having trouble reading. Hang on. Some more drink will fix this. I just need a drink to perk me up a bit. I move into the mic to gulp. Oh. What did she say? I don't know, man. I wasn't reading, but I'm interested. Carry on. On the back of the console, there's a stand. Oh yeah, the stand is much better than the Switch 1, although I have the earliest model of the Switch 1. I think the stand was better on one of the later ones. Cool. Any angle. Any angle? There's the problem there is that there's an infinite number of angles between 0 and 1. So if you want to move from angle 0 to angle 1, you have to pass through an infinite number of points, which is impossible. Why did Nintendo think of that? That's impossible. Pop Pop Pope says, oh my god, it's like that one philosopher that was wrong. Dude, imagine thinking there's motion. Imagine thinking there's motion. Pop Pop Pope still thinks we live in a world with motion. Can we all laugh at him, please? Imagine thinking that things move. Jesus. Where'd you get your education, buddy? I wasn't listening, but I'm going to ace it anyway. It's like I'm back in school. I'm even drinking during class. What's going on? What is the shape of Nintendo Switch 2 console stand? U-shaped. The aluminium alloy used... Oh, 7075. I have no idea what that means, but that's the number that came up. What? Who are you? Man, I don't want to... Do you run the museum? I don't want to talk to fellow patrons. I'm here to be left alone. In the console settings, okay. Alright. Leave me alone. What the fuck? Have you been getting medals from the minigames and like that? If you're going to hop back to a previous area... Oh, we can warp. Look at that down the bottom right. Warp. We're not fast traveling around the Nintendo Switch. We're warping. Kudos. Kudos for having the balls to use the word warp. Right. Yeah. Oh, console speaker. Okay. Will we get to the GPU and stuff like that at some point? Probably. Boxed up speaker parts. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay. I haven't played in handheld mode, so I don't know what that speaker is like. That was one of the things that impressed me about the Steam Deck when I got it though. The sound out of it is good. The sound out of the Steam Deck is better than my fucking monitor. When I dock it at my desk, I actually, unless I'm capturing footage or something like that, I actually let the sound come out of the fucking the deck itself because it's higher quality. Not even Switch 2 Welcome Tour is Switch 2. Hang on, let me get the name. First of all, you got the name wrong, okay? It's Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. Use the right name. Not even Switch 2 Welcome Tour is safe from teleporting. Worst Metroidvania. Man, this is a Metroid Brainia as well. That's the thing. Sponges. There is a lot that goes into making a console, isn't there? This is... Just to think that there's 5 little sponges just where the speaker is. You think about how many components there is altogether. It's a Metroid Brainia. There is no other... There's no... It's seriously, there's no better term. There's no other way. You can't tell me it's not a Metroid Brainia by any definition of Metroid Brainia. Yes, you're blocked off from later areas until you get stamps or whatever, but you're tested on your knowledge. You know? Test on your knowledge. Okay, cool. Sponges. Box is cushioned on the top and the bottom. If you look at the box, okay. Sponge cushion, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. What the? Oh, I'm reading the same. Yeah. Okay. I was reading the same. Okay. That's pretty cool. Seems like a lot of effort went into all that. And yeah, I'm looking forward to undocking it and seeing how it sounds now. But I won't do it on stream. It's just tempting fate. Because it would probably be fine. We'd probably just get a no capture image on the stream and then I could probably just redock it and it would be fine. But there's no need to tempt fate, I suppose. They were filled with water. Someone really wanted a sandwich when they were working on this game. Cushions. Why doesn't it say sponge? Cushions. What are they going to do with this game? Are they going to have to up... Man, this is kind of horrible to think of. That they might have to waste developer resources on this. But they're going to have to update this game if they do a model revision. This is something, if you're trying to predict what Nintendo's going to do, this game is a reason for them not to do a revised model anytime soon. Because they're going to have to do another version of this game. They'll have to update all this information in it. What do you do if you do a Switch 2 Lite? There's no way... I don't think that they would be happy with somebody on their Switch 2 Lite buying Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour and not getting the console that they have. You know, you wouldn't imagine Nintendo being happy about that. So they'd have to do this all again. Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, Nintendo Switch 2 Lite Edition. Yeah. Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour 2. Alright. Diagonally downwards. Results. Okay. Aced it. Great. Cool. Can I play this one? What? Oh, no, I can't. No. You're getting the greatest Switch 2 Welcome Tour playthrough of all time here. Okay. Oh, we've got a lot of stamps to get. Read them more carefully. You fucking... Some people just don't care. People go to the museum and they're not even paying attention, you know? Why would you show up if you're not going to ace the quiz? It does have ice physics, actually, yeah. There you go. It's kind of funny that we all call that ice physics. Fell on my fucking ass. Alexa, play Bodies Laughing. Made up of lots of little dots. You'd see it's made up of dots. It's made up of dots. This is also called 1920 by 1080 resolution. I don't know why that's in quotes, so that is a bit strange. It's not like somebody made that up. It's just the number of pixels by the number of pixels. Is that the same? Huh, it is. I think it is. Wow. Just because it's a 1.5 times. Yeah, that's interesting. The large puzzles in Logic Bombs, since we got I'm going to tank that ratio until it's down to at least 50% of people answering yes, too much Logic Bombs. the puzzles, the large puzzles in Logic Bombs are 2.25 times bigger than the small ones. And I've just spoiled that there's large puzzles in Logic Bombs. Well, you had nearly a year so far. Fuck. Anyway, yeah, there are larger puzzles in Logic Bombs than what you see in the trailer, and that's one of many surprises you may find if you play it. There you go. But yeah, they're 2.25 times as big as the basic ones in terms of area, which you wouldn't. It's not intuitive because only goes from 10 to 15, so it's not really intuitive that it's actually more than twice as big. But yeah. Okay, check this out. All right, check this out. This is what's cool. All right, this is a cool thing. Not many games you can say this about. And again, we're tanking that ratio. But Logic Bombs can be played on the top left console in that image and the bottom right console in that image. Now that's cool. I think, did it come out before or after the Switch 2 released? I think it came out ever so slightly after, didn't it? So I just missed my window to have it on the latest Nintendo handheld and the oldest. But there you go. Having the most pixels and the smallest pixels provides a crisper, more detailed screen. Fonts in particular benefit a lot from higher resolutions, I think. Speaking from experience on that one, there's not a lot you can do with fonts on all and with fewer pixels. It's rough, man. The color, that's it's not wrong, but it's kind of, I think, I wouldn't say it's misleading exactly either. I mean, they are explicitly talking about the light here. I think most people would not take this. I think a lot of people would not understand exactly what's being said here. But that, I could be wrong. I don't think I am. But the number of colors, the Switch 2 would have exactly the same different number of colors as the Switch 1 because the number of bits per color has not increased at all. But what has happened is that there's now more brightness settings per pixel. So you can take the same hue or whatever it is, the same color, and then you can brighten or darken it along a much broader spectrum of bright and dark, which results in that number growing. And it's going to grow a huge amount because you're taking the already large number of colors and you're multiplying that by some other factor. So let's say it says there light and color combinations, but let's say it was just, if you had, we'll round it off, 1 million color combinations. If you then have just light and dark, then you have 2 million color combinations, so every extra one you add adds an extra million. So it compounds on itself that way. I don't know, it's combinatoric or whatever you want to use. Yeah, it's not wrong though. And I like HDR. I think it's one of the better things that's come along in terms of visuals lately. The only problem is that it doesn't seem to be very standardized. TVs have different nit levels, I think it's called. And that means you can get a very different experience. It'd be kind of nice if the industry sort of settled on a specific nit level or something so that everybody could tune their content for the right brightness. But, these things have never been standardized really anyway. That must be dynamic then, based on whether you've connected the right thing or not. I am looking forward to seeing what Breath of the Wild is like on this thing. Very much looking forward to that. I don't know if my TV has variable refresh rate. I don't think so. It's a fairly old HD TV. Or what's it? 4K TV. So it has HDR, but it's not very good HDR. Or so I've been told. I still think it's impactful. But from what I understand, it doesn't have a high nit level or whatever. I got it more for the low response rate than anything. Or, I don't know, the low amount of input lag. But yeah. If you had to come up with a list of games that have probably been made independently on alien planets, Tetris being one of them, what other games would be on that list? I don't know. Tetris is the big one. I haven't watched that video in a while, but it's kind of funny that that's a video where I say I'm probably not going to blow anyone's mind with this video, and it has one of the most enduring things that's ever come up on the channel ever. I don't know. Sudoku is a good answer, all right. That's a pretty good answer. Sudoku. Yeah, people saying Pong, I don't know about that. Somehow something like Sudoku and Tetris feels more fundamental somehow. But Pong is so simple. But then again, Pong is so simple it could be the kind of thing that you just skip over, you know? But yeah, I suppose Pong is a good guess as well. Yeah, logic puzzle games might actually be a good one for it, like Picross. Don't tell me there's a better version of my game out there already somewhere. Jeez, man, that kind of makes me sad. That's a sad thought. Gotta get a move on another game, man. That's motivating me a little bit. Nintendo Switch 2 console screen is made up of lots of little tiny bits. What are they called? Atoms. What can the Nintendo Switch 2 console screen display by enabling HDR? Eye strain. Bright light. What is the maximum number of times? Are we talking about in theory or in practice here, Nintendo? All right, in theory, 120. Which feature does the Nintendo Switch 2 console support in order to make the screen? VIP. VRR. How many different points? 10. The number of fingers on 2 human hands, coincidentally. That's how I remembered the answer to that, by the way. I didn't remember. This is the big brain way that I remembered it, right? I didn't remember 10 because that's too big a number to remember. So what I remembered instead was the number of fingers that are on 2 human hands. And then I looked at my hands and I counted up how many fingers I have. I got confused for a second because I have 8 fingers and 2 thumbs. But 8 wasn't one of the possible answers. So I went with the next closest, which was 10. Just a little tip for you. This guy looks like he's going to tell me something mind-blowing and then jump. Oh, we can go down here, look. We can rotate the camera. Yeah, the orange side is way cooler than the blue side. Fuck the blue side. The orange side is where it's at, man. Magnetic connector. Yeah, magnets. Oh, somebody dropped our book. It's my book now. What is this? What's that book? Oh, I can read the title on it. It says it's something called Morning Glory Milking Farm. We'll just announce it over the intercom. Ding dong. Could someone please come to the Lost and Found? We have found one copy of Morning Glory Milking Farm. Dong dong. What? What did he say? What the fuck? Is that real? What do I press? Oh, mad. Okay. Hang on, I can't do this. Oh, I left that last one too long. Oh, the silver medals of shame. I promise I'll go back and I'll get gold medals later and I'll restore my gamer cred. We'll have to do another we'll do another stream after this where I just walk around and show you all my gold medals, okay? Because my shame knows no bounds right now. So. Oh, the demos don't matter. You don't have to do them. Okay. It's, you know, the funniest thing about this is it's not very accessible. I don't really care. It's not my problem exactly, you know, but it's like one of the least accessible solutions they could have come up with to this problem, because you have to do tap 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 tap. It's, if you're having trouble, you know. What's out here? What's this? Secret shit? What is that? Oh, it's the grip. Dancing. I'm gonna court these two babes over here, look. Oh yeah. Check out my smooth moves. Area C, let me in. Just let me in. No. I'm gonna jump the turnstile. Just let me in. Okay. I fell over. I'm suing. Air vent. Cool. That's the air vent. This is the thing about the Steam Deck that you may not know. This is either a downside, or if you're a sicko, it's an upside to the Steam Deck. But I was honestly worried about it. I had to search for this to see if this was abnormal or not. But when you get the Steam Deck and turn it on, it smells. And it smells for quite a while. When it starts, something about the heat, it just emits this really plasticky smell for ages. I think for mine, when I turned it on, I could smell it for weeks. It's gone now. But for weeks, it would emit this really sickening kind of plastic smell when I turned it on. And I'm not convinced that that could be healthy in any way. I'm not convinced that that was okay. Why do I have to go behind the boots here? This is kind of unprofessional, must be said. Letting me walk behind like this. Yeah, you would imagine, wouldn't you, that there's microplastics in it or something. The smell has to be something. There's got to be something in it, or it wouldn't smell. What the fuck was I breathing in? Gabe fumes. It's how it smells on Gabe's yachts, maybe. Like, I'm worried about this guy, man. Why does he have to stand so close to the edge? He's a fucking rebel, man. Right, what's down here? Do I have to do all these? What is... Come on, there must be one here, no? What is that? What's this? Where are they? Oh, there's one. Okay, we got speaker R. There has to be speaker L. Got up pretty smoothly there, didn't I, fellas? I'm not that old. See that? Did you see that? How I got up there off the ground? That was me. Watch, I'll show you. When I fall down. No, what the fuck? Oh. What am I missing? Uh... Oh. What the fuck? Didn't I walk along here? Hang on. No, I didn't want to. Okay, we'll do the intake on the right. How close do you have to get to this thing? Oh, that's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. Okay, come on. This is just padding. That's just padding, man. Look at that. Look how close I'm getting to that thing. That's just padding. That's how close you have to get. Yeah. What's the real problem here? Okay, if they wanted to do this thing where the things pop up out of the ground, the real problem here is just that the screen is so much larger than the rest of the console that the same numbers for the controller don't work on the screen. So those ones should have had a larger radius around them. There should have been a different radius for each component. Those ones should have had a larger radius. At the very least, if they have to be invisible, which I'm not convinced they do, but... Who knows what I'm at the missing here? One here? Volume buttons, yeah. Power button. That's... That's the worst thing about the game so far, actually. You can call it boring or whatever if you want. I don't know, it's got some interesting tidbits in it, you know. Should have been free, but... Anyway, I'll be back in a minute, fellas. Hello. Alright. Previously on Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, we found a bunch of stamps. Now we're going to the orange Joy-Con, the cool Joy-Con. You know, that's one of the things. I tend to get the most basic version of each console, and I kind of regret getting the grey Switch. I didn't get the colourful Switch back in the day. I kind of regret it. Do I feel welcome? I suppose I do. No, I'm still using my launch Joy-Con. Yeah, they drift. But I got a Pro controller as well, and that one's held up a bit better. Let's get all these stamps while I remember now that I have to get very close to everything. We'll just go stamp collecting for a minute. I don't think stick drift is planned obsolescence. Maybe it is. Maybe. One of the things maybe I should have said when I was talking about console prices going up, though, is I'm guessing that Sony and Nintendo and Microsoft don't want to actually put the console prices up. This is why I felt confident that the Switch 2 price would go up, because if Sony and Microsoft are doing it, Microsoft especially, given the position that they're in, the only reason to do that is if they really feel that they're under pressure to do it, because it's not where they're making their money, you know? They want their console to be cheap. If they could be selling you a PS5 for $100 or something, they would probably do it. The problem is that the reason they can't do that, they can't ever really do that, is because right now, of course, it costs too much. But imagining that it didn't cost too much and that they could sell one for that and only take a small loss or maybe even make a small profit, the reason they can't do that is because if the components cost that much, then Microsoft would have put out another console that cost $300 or $400 with much better components in it. And so Sony would have been compelled to do the same. That's the way consoles have, improved their graphics and their capabilities over the years. But there really was a point where you could get consoles about that cheap right before the next generation launched. And for the most part, I think they'd be pretty happy to sell them to you cheap, because then they get more people in and it's the games where they really make their money. So the fact that Sony and Microsoft were doing that told me that Nintendo must be under equal pressures to do that as well. I don't think any of them are raising their prices to gouge consumers, because it just doesn't benefit them, especially not Nintendo. It's rough having just launched the console, because it doesn't quite have the install base that would make them comfortable. I think maybe in the next year or two it will have the install base, but at least the PS5, they have 100 million people there. So if they can't launch new hardware, that's not such a big deal. But I mean, if things got really, really bad and Nintendo couldn't even make Switch 2s anymore or couldn't sell them at anything close to a reasonable price that consumers would be willing to pay, then they'd be stuck with the install base that they have. So they're in an awkward position right now because they only have something like 20 million. I mean, it's sold very, very well, but they would definitely want more people on board before running into problems like this. They'd be a lot more comfortable. Still, it's already outsold the Wii U or something, you know? Can't do this one either. Finally, okay. Do I do it on my lap or on the thing? I'll try my lap again. Hurry to the goal without touching the sides. Okay. Whoa, 2.5 seconds? That's rough. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's doable. Damn it. No, my gamer cred, man. I'm spending so much gamer cred. No, man. No, my gamer cred is running out, man. No. No, no. I'm gonna be in gamer debt. Stop. You put me in gamer debt. Okay, hang on. Let me try a different surface here. I'll try my desk. I have a mouse. Hang on. I have a mouse mat right here. What the fuck am I doing? Hang on. This might work. Let's try this. Yeah. Cred restored. Yeah. It's like playing one of the Souls games and you beat a boss and it comes up on screen. Gamer cred received. You've received gamer cred. You have gamer insurance from your DMC1 and Beautiful Joe runs, yeah. My gamer insurance doesn't cover everything though. It only covers 3 Resident Evil 4 beheadings, so I was very close to being out of coverage. Hang on, let's put this on my lap. Okay, maybe this is the configuration we need. Maybe this is how I'm playing Metroid Prime 4, fellas. By which I mean drunk. I've probably said this before. Let's set all the jokes aside for a second and just talk about about me here for a second, okay? I do not play games for the first time with alcohol in my system. I don't do drugs, and I don't play games with alcohol in my system because, you know, I gotta judge. I gotta have my thinking cap on and all that. What am I aiming for? 3 seconds. This is pretty rough. I don't know. I have a mouse mat on my lap, and the mouse mat is kind of shifting a little bit as I move around, which I think is hurting me a little bit here. I'm kind of enjoying this though, to be honest with you. This is the most fun I've had with the game so far. Hey! Is there really a third medal? There might not be. I got... Maybe that guy was talking shit. Someone wound me up earlier. Maybe someone wound me up earlier. Because this one seemed like I got close to... This seems like it would be very rough if there was a shorter time limit than this. Let's try this again and see if we get a secret medal. Oh, there is. Yeah, okay. I like when games have the secret rank, you know? More games should do that. They shouldn't have even shown me the third thing. Cal says, VOD watchers skip 30 minutes. Yeah, are we there? Are you... What's that? You couldn't understand what I just said? Are you drunk? Hi, fellas. It's been fun, but this is what I gotta do. I have to do it. Nope. That was pretty smooth, man. That was pretty... This is harsh. This is way harsher than you would expect for a game like this. Like, that was fucking smooth, man. What the fuck? I don't think I'm getting this. Oh, just barely. Just barely. Alright, fellas, look, I've been streaming this Switch 2 Welcome Tour, and there's been very little gameplay. And I want a little more gameplay, so I'm going to try this one again. Somebody talk to me or say something interesting or fucking ask me something so I can chat while I do this, okay? And I'll try and make it interesting while I'm playing. While I'm trying to have fun with the game on the new console that I got. Okay? Kudos. Thank you. Thank you. Gamer cred restored, man. That's what it's all about. When you kill the boss, you get gamer cred. Okay. Thinking this is a little bit petulant, but I was thinking it's an on and off idea that I've had all the time. You can tell me if this would be too annoying. But I'm thinking of writing a quick say, which is just action games in 2050, you know? One of the things that action games do in 2050 is the boss leaps up into the air and gets Looney Tunes physics for an indeterminate amount of time and then slams down. And when you beat that boss, gamer cred restored. Gamer cred restored. Why NES controller has B on the left and A on the right? Because the Japanese read from right to left sometimes, unless it's horizontal, in which case they read left to right. You know? It's not confusing at all. Think games would be better if devs played arcade games? Maybe. I don't know. Don't know about that one. A lot of great games have been made by developers who don't take inspiration from games, partly because we are born too early to explore the seas, born too late to explore the universe, and born just in time to explore games. So many of the famous developers of our time were born at a time when they couldn't even play games like we can, so they weren't inspired by them. And I have a bit of a taste of this myself because it's on a much smaller scale, but you know, people tell me that I've inspired them to make videos, or they ask if there's anything that I find inspiring in that way. Nobody really asks me that anymore, but you know, people tell me that they're inspired. But people weren't making videos of the kind that I made, and it's not something that I could watch and form an idea of how it should be, you know? So, and a lot of older game creators are like that. So that just goes to show, I mean, you don't need games to invent good games. But I certainly wish there was more arcade style design. I was thinking about this. I was playing some Star Fox. I got an N64 controller as well while I was splurging. So I have a nice N64 controller. Long-time viewers will know that it's a bit of a pain point for me that I never had an N64. So I'm holding a lovely N64 controller in my hand now. Lovely stuff. And I was playing some Star Fox. I was playing both the N64 version and the 3DS version. And I forget how we got onto this topic because I'm not all put together right at the moment. So I forget how we got onto this topic, but one of the things I wanted to say about Star Fox maybe the other day, or just arcade games in general. Yeah, we were talking about arcadey kind of games and games in general and all that. It's games kind of contort to fit their narrative now sometimes, which didn't always used to be the case. And I think one of the nice things about Star Fox is, and this is the thing it has that Sin and Punishment definitely doesn't have. Sin and Punishment is just totally linear. But Star Fox has all these nice things in it where, depending on your route and depending on who's alive or whatever, there'll be little differences in your playthrough so that the story contorts to your gameplay, not the other way around. I was thinking about this playing Bonanza as well. So I suppose this is a very slight spoiler for Bonanza. Donkey Kong Bonanza, I mean. But there comes a point in it where you can go to one of two different levels. And there's gameplay reasons why you would want to make sure that players converge, right? But I figured that players probably would be forced to converge again later down the line. so that like later on you are still forced to go through a bottleneck. I should have just used, rather than talking about Donkey Kong Bonanza, I should have just used Super Mario Odyssey as the example or something. But there's more linearity in games now because developers have this idea about what the story is, and there was just never any chance for a game like Bonanza to have that in it, you know, where the story would change significantly depending on what route you took through the game or whatever. But they did it in Star Fox, and there's even little things in Star Fox depending on which people are alive or not for each mission and stuff. That's really more like an absence of dialogue, but that still needs to be accounted for. And it's a case of the game reacting, the narrative reacting. I should have been playing this whole time. The narrative reacting to what you're doing in the gameplay rather than vice versa. And that's my preference there. So I don't know how I got onto that topic. I suppose it's just because we were talking about Star Fox. I hadn't played it in ages and I was kind of, it wasn't as clear in my head. But yeah, having gone back to it, that was one of the things that stood out to me, you know? Resident Evil 1 OG does that good. That's a good example. I don't remember all the differences that are in that, but there's definitely some differences that happen because of your gameplay in it. And they're just smooth. They're just the kind of things that... This is another modern pet peeve that I have. Is older games were more inclined to let the story branch into different possibilities without even really indicating to you what the alternative was, you know? And I think games are just so much more interesting like that, where they don't even tell you that this is something that's going to create a difference one way or the other. Well, I didn't expect to get that so easily. That was a bit anticlimactic. Cred restored. What can I say? Impeccable cred. Alright. Well, that was reasonably fun. It's a very simple game, of course, but... It's... What I will say is it's convinced me that the mouse is actually pretty good. I will say, it's actually pretty good. Didn't we learn about HD? Oh, Insights too. Okay. Cool. Pikmin 1 story is pretty simple, but I really like how a few interactions change what Olimar writes in his logs. Yeah. I can't remember what I was playing recently. Sorry, forgive me for this. First of all, because I don't have the best memory, but also because I've been bouncing between a lot of different games for, you know, not going to restate the reason because I don't want to get anybody's hopes up, but, you know, who knows? Maybe. But I was playing some game and I started thinking again about Devil May Cry 1's enemy log, you know? How in modern games, there would just be some kind of thing that tells you exactly what an enemy does or whatever, or tells you all the interactions you can have with the enemy. But the way Dante fills in the log based on what you do with the enemy is just cool. You know? That's one thing that probably the Wonderful 101 should have had. I don't think it works that way in the Wonderful 101, but they should have put something like that in it. Because the game is very much like... you can tell me if I said this before, but it feels like it takes some of its DNA from Devil May Cry 1 in certain ways. Just like the fact that it kind of made juggling novel again in a way that I hadn't felt since the first Devil May Cry and stuff like that. And... yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's what the spinning weight looked like. They looked different to that in the PlayStation controller, but yeah, probably just a simplified picture. Kamiya book that came out in April? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's my N64 controller. I have one of them now. It's the Nintendo Switch one, you know? It's nice. Smaller than I remember, but that makes sense. Last time I held one was probably when I was a kid. It's smaller than I remember, and so it's a little less comfortable than I was expecting. But it's a nice controller. It's just cool that it's basically, it's got, how many? One, two. It's got 3 different configurations depending on your hands. I don't know if there was any games that actually used both of the outside grips. Should have been some games like that. You could imagine if something like Symphony of the Night came out on the Nintendo 64, it would have used that grip, wouldn't it? It would have used both of the outside ones. Is there any game that is where you're supposed to play with both the outside ones? But Sin and Punishment uses the middle and the left. Mischief Makers, really? That's a Hideyuki Suginami game that I want to play. It just looks hideously ugly, but I'd like to play it. Is that on the Nintendo Switch Online? Because I got to play that. I didn't know that used that. That's cool, man. That means that he directed 2 games that used alternate grip configurations when fucking nobody was doing that. It's not. Well, maybe they'll add it. Maybe they'll add it. They need to add that. Get on it. Hang on. Next time Miyamoto gives me a call, I'm going to tell him. You'll see. Wait, you'll see now. Wait until you see the influence I have over there. Watch, right? You'll see. Mischief Makers on Nintendo Switch Online, all right? Wink, wink. It's coming. That thing had rumble. That thing had rumble functionality. What's the cord for? Ultrasonic vibration. Dude, feel the sting of my Valiantium con. Very complex vibrations. Very complex vibrations. It's funny that this would come up. Maybe I suppose I have to finish the thought now that I've mentioned it, but I was thinking a little bit about writing advice the other day. Because people always ask me about writing and all that kind of stuff, and I never really give general writing advice, partly because why help your competition? You know, helping your competition is for people who are very, very secure in their position. But hey, I'll give you a freebie, okay? I don't know if this has been said anywhere. I haven't really taken that much explicit writing advice from anybody. Obviously, I learned English in school as part of the curriculum. English is the primary language here in Ireland. For most people, anyway. There is some people that speak Irish as their first language, but the first language for most people is English. And so it's when I say English lessons, I'm not saying that I learned it as a second language or anything like that. But you know, everybody does English in school and all that kind of stuff. So there's some things that I picked up there, I'd say, over the years. But one of the few pieces where I did get some explicit writing advice, because it's not something that I read very often, because I'm pretty happy about the way that I write overall anyway. But one of them is there's an essay by George Orwell. I don't know what it's called. But one of the things that he says in that is something along the lines of, I'm paraphrasing here, I'm in very, very much paraphrasing, but I think he said something like, don't bother using generalized idioms. You know, if somebody says, I'll give you an example from my own videos. In the Wonderful 101 recommendation video, I used an idiomatic expression, which is supposed to be at first blush. But I changed it so that it's it's getting difficult to speak now, fellas. At first brush, okay? Which is just a very slight alteration that you may not even notice when you're watching the video, but it kind of alludes to the idea of the Wonderliner being an extension or a revival of the Okami brush technique. And it means that you're not hearing the same phrase that you've heard a million times over and over again. Now, you can do that too much and it can become cheesy and bad and blah, 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 blah. But it's a piece of writing advice that's worth considering at least. I don't know. This is probably a piece of advice that has been said probably by many people over the years, okay? But I'll give you a piece of advice, but I haven't seen anybody say it, but it's probably been said somewhere. In my experience and in my opinion, the word very doesn't work. Very is like a trap word or something. It doesn't work, right? If you're trying to say, if I say to you that the game is very bad, the gameplay is very bad, right? Which of these two statements sounds harsher? The gameplay is very bad. The gameplay is bad. The one without very actually sounds more emphatic than the one with very. So you should be very careful. Should be very careful about how you use the word very. Of course, it makes sense to use it here and there, but sometimes your statement sounds a lot more powerful. It sounds a lot more confident if you just omit the word very from the statement. If you're trying to make a statement that sounds like you're really getting your opinion across or whatever, drop the very. And again, it's just a thought, right? You don't have to take it as, there's no rules, but very does not work 100% of the time the way that you think it does. So sometimes if you say something is very something, you're actually making your opinion in your case sound weaker than you intended it to sound. Which is obvious when you're listening. When you're listening, if you compare the two and you read it out loud and you're listening, that can sound obvious, but it's not so obvious when you're writing. There you go. If you want more writing tips, you have to give me $1 million. Oh, the HD Rumble 2 features produces sounds by causing what of... Okay. Okay, all right, fair enough. I was going to say, I didn't read the question. I read the answers first. And then I was thinking, but it would cause the moisture in the air to vibrate. I suppose it wouldn't really. It would cause the moisture in the air to move, but not exactly vibrate. It wouldn't move back and forth. Well, okay. All right. The hand of the person holding... What? Oh! The HD Rumble 2 feature produces sounds by causing what? All right, by causing this thing to vibrate. Okay. I forgot exactly what it was. The question was... Okay, the Joy-Con 2 controllers, obviously. Nintendo 64! That's how I felt getting my controller. That's what my unboxing video was like, unboxing the controller. Nintendo 64! Causes the eardrum in your head to vibrate. It vibrates the small bones of your ear, is what you meant to say. Popcorn Bunny. My Friday is going great because I'm playing Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. And I've been streaming for 3 hours. Oh my god. Okay. You know what? I'm not nearly as drunk as I wanted to be though. I think I'm gonna get another drink. Because what's the point? I might as well just get pissed if I'm gonna be streaming like this. I'm in kind of an in-between place, which isn't that great. Do you know what I mean? I'm assuming that the chat is all in favor of this. But I'm in an in-between place where it's kind of hard to focus on the game, but it's not all that entertaining. I'm not stumbling all over myself. Once again, I want to say to everybody, I don't drink excessively. I don't drink very often, actually. A lot of the time when I drink, I'm streaming, and do it all in moderation if you do it at all. All right, fellas? But I'm overdue for some. And yeah. All right, give me a second here. I came back there and nearly hit the stop streaming button by mistake. If the stream goes down, I'm just gonna leave it. What is this? Oh yeah, the angle thing. We have to do all these things again on the other side? Come on. I'm feeling pretty welcome. Oh, that's a good insight there, Jammer. Getting drunk freezes your gamer cred, preventing both loss and gains. Does it really prevent gains, though? Is this all pointless? Am I unlocking achievements here? Am I unlocking stream achievements, chat? Okay, hang on. I have to focus. And you're right, but give it a try, because I skipped the first text box, so I have no idea what he's saying. You'll get to hear the sounds that the Joy-Con 2, now as the name implies, HD Rumble 2 creates rumble, but it's more than vibrations. It can make its own sounds without speakers. Okay, can we actually do this one? It sounds like we can actually do this one non-stream. Experience sound. Okay. Mute the TV. Well, it's pretty low. Why, if they're only going to play sound through the controller, why would they need to mute the TV anyway? You decide what comes out on my TV, game. Mute yourself. Hang on, what's the story with that? Why does that make it... Why... Man, I'm several drinks in and I'm coming up with this shit. Where was this during the testing? Why is it telling me to... Is it going to mirror it on the screen somehow or something? Anyway, let's find out. The TV, there's nothing coming out of the TV, by the way. Okay, let me see if I can get this close enough to the microphone for you to hear. Hang on, I'll shut up. Can you hear that? Let's see. I'll put it on the microphone. Okay, this might sound really bad on stream, but I'm putting it on the microphone. I can put the gain up on the microphone as well, actually. Hang on. This might be too loud now. I can't speak when I put it up, so I'll have to shut up. But I'm putting the gain up on the microphone. This may cause problems. This may be too loud, so volume warning, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to try it now, okay? There we go. Going back to normal. That's pretty cool. Let me try it. You're telling me that, yeah, there's no speaker on this thing, so that's all coming out of the vibrator. That's pretty cool. Nice. I wonder if any games will actually use that, though. You kind of wouldn't want to. I don't know. It's not very forward compatible. You would imagine that maybe a future version of the Rumble would work a bit differently so that these kind of Rumble as a sound file thing or sound file as a Rumble thing is not really going to... It may not work the same way on future consoles for backwards compatibility purposes. So that would be a little strange. It's the one thing that the Nintendo controller doesn't have compared to the PlayStation controller is that speaker, which is surprising because the speaker is kind of a nice feature on the PlayStation controller. But yeah, I don't know if any games will use that, but that's pretty cool. Oh, somebody says, Marvel Rivals unironically uses that rumble sound tech pretty subtly, and it's pretty neat. Cool. It's a little rough on developers making games like that. Games are always expected to be on lots of different consoles and things. So there's not a lot of incentive to go and use each platform's hardware as much as you could, you know? I think that's why you don't see as many DualSense features as you could. I have some jellies here now. If you hear me munching on anything, they're just some jellies. You see that there, the way the things pull upwards? I was saying earlier about how I fidget with things sometimes. So the little pop mechanism on these controllers, hopefully I don't break it. One of the things, I don't know if anybody else does this, how many of you notice that you can, on the PlayStation controllers, you can pull the analog sticks upwards for some reason? Because I do that sometimes. If I'm watching a cutscene and it's boring or something like that, I'll just start pulling up and pushing down the analog sticks sometimes. I don't know how bad that is for the controller. I'm drinking Baileys. Feels like there's less wiggle on that than what they're showing there. Mine's not wiggling that much. Can barely feel the wiggle on that at all. Seems like you wouldn't want wiggle anyway for making the controls feel good. There's hidden openings on it. Now, I hadn't really thought about that, but the plus and minus buttons go nicely with the fact that they're using magnets now, don't they? I like the plus and minus buttons. I think that, you know, sometimes I fantasize about taking all the best parts of the controllers. Unfortunately, the Nintendo button layout is just not. It's just been fucked up by Microsoft, basically, because they did it backwards, so that doesn't really work for me anymore. So I think I'd want the PlayStation face buttons, but I like plus and minus as the, because I know decrepit unks like myself in the chat will always refer to them as start and select, but start and select doesn't make that much sense, really. You know, it doesn't make that much sense. It hasn't made sense for a long time. There's whole there must be millions upon millions of gamers now that don't know that on old games you used to hit the select button to select the mode on the main menu screen, you know, to cycle through the different modes. So I still call them start and select, but plus and minus is a good name for them. Honestly, ZL and ZR isn't bad. It's not bad. Part of the problem with the PlayStation numbering thing is that they did L3 and R3, but now controllers are starting to get back buttons, which means on the PlayStation one, those have to be L4 and R4, even though if you were to look at the controller from the back, it would then go 1, 2, 4, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Whatever. What is happening? Okay, I don't know why that happened. I knew I should have got that technical difficulties screenshot from Pizza Tower. Oh yeah, this is what everyone was saying before launch. They're just gonna snap off, bro. Nintendo's just gonna make 20 million of these things before putting them out into the world, and they forgot to test that this thing wouldn't snap off. Stranger things have happened, I suppose. Please, for the love of God, do not try to snap your Joy-Con off. They might as well have just written that at the end. USB-Bs, okay, still snap off, and you still can't tell if they're plugged in. I've often wondered that about USB cables. The USB thing, I suppose it's been good overall, but it has been also been kind of a bit of a fucking mess. The way they've moved between the different standards, and all these different devices still have all the different versions of them. What happens to the SLSR buttons when they're attached to the console? They stick out a bit. You're asking me the number of millimeters? Oh, right, it's a piece of paper. It's tiny. The gap between consoles, they become harder to detach. In what way are they attached loosely so that we don't accidentally snap it off? All done. Okay, cool. I'd like to get to the internals of the console before I pass out. Okay, Mouse Insights 2. Cool. Invisible light. No such thing. The mouse sensor doesn't just have a camera, it also has a light. The light it produces, invisible to the naked eye. No such thing. It's called infrared light. You made that up. And is used to illuminate surfaces such as a table or your lap. Fun fact about invisible light. Why do they keep acting like invisible light is real? What? How can there be light that's not visible? It may be visible when viewed through a smartphone camera. Okay. You can't play this game one-handed. Well, obviously you can't because of some of the mini games, but you can't explore the museum one-handed. I'm trying to eat some jellies. With most computer mice. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Why? 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 Don't we all want to know? Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour is asking the questions we all want to know. Why? Why? Naze. Naze. Because with a strap attached, there's slightly more distance. Okay. Mad. That seems like an expensive solution. Make that this. Whoa, is the gain still fucked up? Why did that clip? What the fuck? Yeah. I just go with whatever YouTube gives me 3 suggestions and I just pick whatever thumbnail from the 3 because I'm not gonna. They're only streams, man. I'm not uploading fucking thumbnails and all that shit. You're lucky I leave them up as VODs. You'll take what you're given. Called mouse feet. The mouse only has 2 feet. Totsuzen mouse suninaru. Games can put the Joy-Con 2 controller's mouse good use. For instance, you could have a game. Wow. Metroid Prime 4, the next game I'm playing. Because chat tells me I'm going to love it. Chat tells me I'm going to love every second of Metroid Prime 4 and they would never lie. Then you can lift it up again and it would revert back to the usual controls. That just happens magically, by the way. It's like a developer never needs to slam their head on the desk over and over again because that's not quite working right. That just happens. As long as the game is I don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. So long as the game is compatible with mouse controls, you can have games with this kind of functionality. I want to release a mouse control game. Oh. The Nintendo Switch 2 console analyzes the data from the mouse sensors and accelerometer. It uses this data to check whether the Joy-Con 2 controller has been placed on a surface or is being held in the air. The home menu also supports mouse controls, so you can give it a try there. Cool. Nintendo used to sell its own mice. Yeah. When younger people see the mouse ball, they think we're making it up. Mice used to have balls in them, and you'd go to the computer class, and the back in my day, the mouse would be, and there would be gunk on the mouse ball, and you would clean the mouse to control the computer. Don't put me in the home. Which of the following is the mouse sensor equipped with? An invisible light. Which they made up. There's no such thing. An ultrasonic microphone. I would love... I haven't been paying enough attention, but I just because I'm a little shit, I want to find one of these where there is another viable answer to the question, you know? For example, did you know... Okay, I could be exaggerating this or making it up a little bit. Did you know, I believe... This is something that I believe. Did you know that this is something I believe? Every microphone is a speaker. Speakers and microphones are the same thing. So, just invert it or something like that. But technically they're the same thing. That's my understanding of it. So I want to catch them out on something. Everyone knew that? Fuck off. What part of the mouse? The privacy shutter. I've been running it. I hope it's the privacy shutter because playing the mini games, I've been running them all over my balls. And I hope that they're not tracking that. In the image shown, what role do the two sheets on the... Oh, whatever, man. Yeah. Oh, that one's kind of tough. It must have been 1992 because, yeah. Because I'm a gamer historian, I know that that's the N64 and that's the SNES. These two dates look the same to modern people. You know what I mean? They look the same. They're totally different eras of my life. But they look the same. They look at them and they go, that's the same year. 1992. Like, what do you mean you were born in a year that starts with 1900, you fucking dinosaur? Alright. Whoa. Nearly missed the podium there. Player LED, you tricky son of a bitch. It's always player LED. What did we miss here? Something down that end. Look, down next to the number 5 booth. Oh, you cheeky bastard. That makes player LED look like a fucking charlatan. The yellow guy knew? The fuck? Did he only just show up? Nothing here. Okay. Let's move on. Need more stamps. Where are we going? Oh, look at this. Ho ho. Gonna be 2 stamps down here. A book. What is it? Hand items in one at a time. Can't carry more than one thing. Amazing. Okay. Let's go. We don't use fast travel. That's for casuals. How do I level up my skating skill? Is it always, you know, this is the thing I was saying about these little things not being customized for each area. I really do think that they should have had a larger radius on them. If they, presumably they had some reason to make them invisible that was better. They had some justification to make them invisible. Which is not, we'll pad the game this way, right? Maybe the actual justification was, we'll pad the game this way, but that's not the story they told themselves. But whatever, the radius should have been bigger out here. But it looks like the interval for when you fall down is the same. Well, we can test that just by going across the height of the console. So he should fall right before he gets to the end. No. Let's see. Try and go in a straight line. Okay, maybe I was... No, I'm going in a straight line now. Okay, we're off the ice. Okay, he fell down there. Around the S. We're off the ice again. Yeah, he's falling down at basically the same time every time. Should have been some randomness in there, fellas. You know? Okay, here's a book. What's my... Okay. It's just like real life. You get no reward. You might as well have kept the book. I've heard it's good. Okay. Glasses. When we go back, imagine if we came back over here later. Imagine if we came back over here later, where this guy is, and found a pair of shoes. Okay. Okay. Why am I doing this? Why am I handing things in? What do you give me something? Might as well have kept them, man. Did I finish up the stamps on the Joy-Con? Area L, is there really 6 more areas or something to go through? We're on Area C. There's E. Now, I believe after C comes D. That's what I believe. Don't ask me to do the alphabet backwards right now. But I think forwards, it's D. Okay. Plus button and A button. Okay. Why do you need all the stamps, man? That is so fucking harsh for such a casual game. It's got to be over here, these R and L buttons. It's just they're not down below, they're at the top, yeah. Or R and Z or. Here we go. Yeah, I know where the buttons are, man. What's the one I'm missing? Yeah. Area C. Somewhere near the right stick, presumably. Somewhere between right stick and home. Somewhere near here, right? On the edge for the gyro or something? Oh, R3. So it's, oh my god. Oh, NFC touch point for amiibos. Amiibo. I think the plural of amiibo is just amiibo, not amiibos. Amiibo. Don't have any amiibo. We have any amiibo, chap? What amiibo do you want? Have Sora and Gabon. I don't know who Gabon is. Is that a Kingdom Hearts character? Oh, Ganon. You have Palutena? Palutena is the only amiibo you own? Sure you want to tell us that? There's more people here with amiibo than I expected. I am actually interested in this. I am genuinely interested in all this shit. It's just hard to focus, that's all. All the stuff at the beginning was kind of surface level. Haha. Now we're getting into the juicy innards. And anybody who tuned out before the 3.5 hour mark has been filtered. Cool. Yeah, the real Nintendo Switch 2 welcome tour begins here. An accelerometer. I'm always using the wrong term when I'm talking about gyro and all that stuff. The Switch doesn't have a gyro, right? It doesn't have a gyroscope, it has an accelerometer. Do I have that right? I don't know. It has both? Oh, combined with the gyroscope. Okay. Cool. Nice. They're good controllers. Yeah. I just want the Nintendo everything, you know? The Nintendo everything console. Bring it all back together. That's my hope for the Switch 3. I don't want Switch 3. I want the Nintendo thing. Just call it the Nintendo thing. And it's all Nintendo consoles in one. The Joy-Cons get us most of the way there already. There's a gyroscope. Is it that big? That's pretty big by the looks of it. You can tell which direction you've turned the controller and by how much, but the gyroscope can't tell. I'm reading this out so I can focus on it, by the way. Okay, before the game starts, it takes note of its own orientation for reference and uses the accelerometer to check which way is down. This lets it predict how the Joy-Con 2 controller was turned and which direction it's currently facing. Right. So one of the things they're missing is the pointer from the Wii U. The pointer is still better than any alternatives, it seems. Well, maybe, honestly, those mouse controls were pretty good. So if you gave me Sin and Punishment Star Successor for the Nintendo Switch 2 edition, if you gave me that, I think that would be a pretty good version of the game, actually. That would be nice. Sin and Punishment Star Successor Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Please. This is why we all have to buy Star Fox. Okay? This is why you have to buy Star Fox 64 times. Double mouse input will be pioneered by Sin and Punishment 3. Fucking bankroll it. Bankroll it now. Get my guy out of retirement. Okay? Get him out of retirement. Double mouse Sin and Punishment 3. I love it. I fucking love it. Yes. Which of the components is hidden inside of the Joy-Con 2 controllers? All of them. Alien technology. Why are they telling me this? A computer, speakers, and a microphone. Oh, it's funny. It doesn't have any. It doesn't have speakers or a microphone. Yeah. Okay, a computer. If this was the Wii, it would be able to tell me today's weather. So they're just highlighting the inferiority of the Nintendo Switch 2. It's 4 consoles ago now. 3 maybe, depending on how you count. 3 consoles ago, the Wiimote could tell me the weather. You know what I mean? We've come backwards. Alright, maybe now we have finally actually found one. Maybe. If it was sensitive enough, it probably could tell you the heart rate of the holder, right? Depending on the sensitivity level, you probably could determine someone's heart rate from it. Maybe it's not sensitive enough for that. There would be a lot of noise, even just your breathing and just general unsteadiness of your hand and all that. I was reading the chat, and some guy said it can't tell which way is down, and then I just went over on autopilot and I just selected which way is down, so I got that one wrong. Thanks, Popcorn Bunny. What can the Joy... What can it tell? What can it tell you about the controller itself? How much it turned. Can't tell you how it feels. It's too embarrassed. Oh, I got it. Okay. Thanks, Popcorn Bunny. Sincerely. All right. Cool. What's this demo? You think? What? You don't know? What? Okay. Is it gonna let me do this one? It is. Seems like. Okay. Change the model. Okay. Fake pixels, fellas. Switch 2 can do fake pixels. Stop the model from rotating. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look that bad in this demo. I'm not seeing any of the worst ghosting that I've seen on the PS5. But you can still tell that's not a 1080p image. It doesn't look 1080p at all. So, I don't know. Oh, yeah, I caught some ghosting there when it spun around at this part here. You can see some, I don't know, it's just, I'm trying genuinely to take this in. That's why I'm being quiet. This has been one of the more interesting parts of the game for me so far. The model isn't rotating entirely smoothly. There's a little jump when it reaches its forward orientation. I don't know if it's coming through on the stream. But that's slightly amateurish now, I have to say. As an amateur, it's the kind of thing I would let go. But I'm surprised that that's made it into the game. It's jumping ever so slightly when it hits. When you see the charging port on the bottom right here, you can see it jump a little bit. It's like it's skipping a frame forward or something like that. And that's what it looks like to me, anyway. Anyway, yeah, very, very tiny nitpick. It doesn't look as bad as some of the worst examples I've seen, definitely. You can even see, I think part of the reason why they're using this grid going off into the distance is you can kind of see an argument in favor of it there, because of the in the original image you get that stronger line. One of the worst part of the original image, right, is if you look where the horizon is and then look a little bit down, you can see a very strong line, and then there's weaker lines below that. But what's happening there is whatever way the texture lines up in the distance, the stronger line is happening because it's sampling just bang on the line on the texture. Whereas closer to a little bit closer, it's not sampling bang on. So you're getting a weaker line. Sorry. But maybe part of this may be misleading because from what I can see, there's no anisotropic filtering happening. Maybe there is. And part of the reason to use anisotropic filtering is not only because it reduces processing load, but because it makes the texture kind of more diffuse and means that you don't get these kind of artifacts in the distance, where it's basically when the texture is being sampled at a very acute angle to the camera that these kinds of things can happen. And if you use a lower quality version of the texture, these results will be less likely to happen. And they'll look less extreme if they do happen, because the texture itself will already be kind of blurry and low res and all that kind of stuff. So That's one reason that you actually want, even if you have all the processing power in the world, you actually kind of want anisotropic filtering, which is, you can notice it. You may not want to hear this part if you don't want to see past, if you don't want to have some of the magic ruined for you, but you can notice it pretty strongly in those newer Zelda games on the Switch version. I haven't played the Switch 2 version yet myself. But it's basically, you'll see it in a bunch of games where if you look at the ground, you'll see that the texture has like a harsh line on it at a certain distance where you can see that it gets noticeably more blurry after a certain distance. And usually there's several different levels to anisotropic filtering where it gets progressively blurrier and blurrier. Now the ideal is that you don't, it's far enough away that you don't actually notice where the transition happens. But for something like Breath of the Wild, the hardware was being so taxed, presumably, that they couldn't afford to push that out any further. It's like, yes, it's like pop-in, but for textures. Yes, somebody said, is it like pop-in? It's like pop-in, but for textures. And it doesn't exactly pop in. It's more like a line that you can see on the ground where the texture suddenly becomes blurrier. Because at that point, it depends on the implementation, but at that point, the texture may have lost like half of its pixels or something like that. And then further away in the distance, you would do another version that's half again. But the upside is that when you have it, you're kind of blurring it and averaging it, which means that you don't get these situations where in the distance, when you're sampling at a very acute angle, your camera kind of pixel happens to land exactly on a texture pixel, which is a texel, which is a significantly different value from the ones around it, like these lines. So I think this example, the lines on the ground here, is kind of a worst case scenario for the 360p image. So I'm not really holding that in favor of the 1080p image. Although it is kind of interesting that there must be something in this, I suppose you'd call it a model. Maybe it's using DLSS because it is an NVIDIA processor. It must be something in this model that actually gets rid of that stuff, because even though there's no motion, right? Even though there's no motion, it's extrapolating what the texture should look like in the distance, which is kind of interesting. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think you can tell that that's not a 1080p image, even though it doesn't have as much, I have to admit, it doesn't have as much ghosting as the other versions of this kind of stuff that I've seen. I just don't like it as a technology, though. I don't know. I just don't like it. Give me the crisp pixels. Give me whatever you can actually rasterize, and that'll do me, you know? I don't... I just don't need... If the game can render at 720p, that's fine for me. If that's all you can do, that's fine, you know? Well, I was playing... What? I was playing Jak and Daxter on the last stream. Come on, how many of you tuned into the last stream and looked at the Jak and Daxter image? All that was done to that was integer scaling. So it was the exact number of pixels that I had before. It was still a good looking game, was it not? I think it was still a good looking game. Obviously in this day and age, you don't want to release a game that's 480p, you know? But I think it was still a good looking game. I don't need any more pixels. If you can't render them fully, I don't need them. That's just my feeling on it. How's the stream been so far, fellas? Because I'm 4 hours in and I'm wondering if it's been okay. Oh, that reminds me of another thing I meant to say. I think I've kind of said this before, but it's worth saying again because it's an important point. It feels like kind of a generational difference, but maybe also a little bit of a cultural difference. And I don't know, whatever other difference it is. But sometimes I see people talking about the things that they make, or you go and you look at somebody's Twitter profile or something and it says, you know, I make bad videos or something like that. And it's a surprisingly common thing that you see. You know, I make shitty music, I make bad videos, I make blah, blah, blah. Don't do that. That's my advice to you. Be yourself, and if that's the way you want to be, okay. but don't do that. I feel like usually I'm not like that. You want to just let people judge your stuff. But I do get a little bit like that when I'm streaming. Last stream, I ended it by saying, was this a waste of time or whatever? I shouldn't have said that. First of all, because it kind of dampens the mood. It's not nice. But also, but really all I was gesturing at was this is not the kind of thing that I watch myself, But it's okay. If you enjoy it, that's grand. The reason that I end up saying these things like, was it all a waste of time or whatever, is just because it's not really something I watch myself, But I can understand if you respect me because of my videos or whatever, you want to tune in and have a good time. That's fine by me. So I don't mean to put myself down, and I don't encourage anybody. The reason I'm saying this now is I don't want to give anybody a false impression. I don't want to encourage anybody to do that to themselves because it's not a good thing to do to yourself. Yeah, Fusan Chup says self-deprecation is very annoying. I think it depends on the situation, There's a certain amount of self-deprecation which you can be aware of yourself and understand your own shortcomings and all that and have a bit of fun, but it's not how you should be advertising yourself to the world, and it's not how you should think about yourself on a day-to-day basis. So I just want to be clear about that. Especially if you want to make actually good things, you can't go through your life thinking that everything you do is shit. You gotta actually believe in yourself every once in a while and put something out and strive to put something out into the world that you can actually stand by, Strive to put something out that you're proud of, that you say, yes, this isn't a waste of your time. I think this is worth your time. And if I'm wrong, that's okay, but I tried, So don't put yourself down like that. Don't put yourself down before anybody has a chance to see what's good about you. So if I do it on stream, I'm only talking about the streams and only because it's just not something that I watch myself. That's all. All right? I'm not saying that you should feel or you should copy my example in that way or whatever. All right? Just want to be clear about that. Baseball? Somebody left their MAGA hat. We got to get this back to them. For some reason, I thought I was going back to the desk. I could... Is this really where I came down? It must be, yeah, because I was at the bottom. I don't remember... This is one of the funny things about... being out of it, because I remember coming down. If you were to ask me, my memory is I remember entering from this part of the Joy-Con or whatever, but I don't remember running across this area. I don't remember running past all this stuff. Did I really run past all this stuff and then start talking to people over here, or what? I don't remember running past these chips and things. I have no fucking memory of that whatsoever. And there's a thing here. The podium blends in a lot. Anyway. Open the stream and immediately hear put yourself down before anyone else has a chance to see what's good about you. You better watch out, buddy. That's not very nice. Yeah. Clip it, man. Cool. Still no reward. They better, at the end of all this, they better throw me a fucking parade for all the things I've sent back. We don't use fast travel. Fast travel loses gamer cred. I don't know how many of you know this. Were you aware of this? Maybe they didn't tell you, but fast travel loses gamer cred. It's pretty damaging. Just be aware. I'll tell you what. I'll talk about Tears of the Kingdom for a minute, if I may. Spoiler for Tears of the Kingdom. It's something that most people would not consider a spoiler, but it was something that Nintendo intentionally omitted from marketing materials. So whatever you want to make of that, but most people wouldn't consider it a spoiler. But I would, because it was omitted from the marketing materials, even though it's part of the game. So make of that what you will. I tried not to teleport very much in Tears of the Kingdom, and one of my favorite memories. Now I did a little bit at the start, and then I went through a lot of the game, teleporting as little as possible. Let me put it that way. I didn't make it a strict rule, but I didn't teleport very much, and I think it improved the game. But one of my favorite memories that resulted from that was I ended up in the depths. And as you know, once you're there, especially at the start of the game, I went down pretty early. I was still on 3 hearts, although I upgrade my stamina fully before upgrading my hearts anyway. And then I went down into the depths, and once you go down, it's pretty hard to get out. I think I teleported out once because there was a quest that I was doing, and then I went, no, I got to do this no teleport thing, And I went back down anyway, and I was down there for maybe a couple of hours, and I was thinking, how the fuck do I get out of here? I don't. If I'm not going to teleport, how do I get out? And what happened was I ended up near the Gerudo Desert, and I saw one of the dragons coming along. So I got up to the dragon somehow. I don't remember how, because I didn't even have much stamina at that point. I got up to one of the dragons, and then I rode the dragon out of the depths. That's one of my favorite memories from the game. But yeah, good things happen when you don't teleport. Sometimes. Depends on the game, I suppose. But you lose gamer cred. I'm just letting you know. That was the first. That was such an incredible exit from the depths to get out that way. And I still don't know. I mean, I probably just missed an ascend point somewhere or something like that. I did explore enough of it that I probably should have found a point to get out, but I just didn't. You know how it goes. It's not like I did a huge chunk of it or anything, but I was down there maybe a couple of hours, and then I finally found a dragon and got out. But yeah, that's if you know me now, you know I don't remember very much, but I remember that at least. I don't remember how I got down here, but I remember that. How do I have to go? Oh, I can keep going further down. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm with you there, Jake. One of the most irritating things about the game is that they just repurposed all that amiibo shit. It's tacky. It's very, very fucking tacky, and it's a series that deserves better than that, I think. It was one thing for them to add this stupid tacky shit in to a patch with Breath of the Wild or a DLC or whatever, but having it there right at the start of Tears of the Kingdom, it's just tacky. I don't know if I said this on stream before, but if I ever reviewed a game, this may be a line from the review, but Basically, I would have just preferred almost anything be in those chests other than that stupid tacky shit. I wish that I could just turn it off. There should be a setting on the menu to say no fucking immersion breaking meta bullshit items. Well, they're not really meta, but you know, very, very stupid. The game deserved a lot better than that, I think. So, if they had put crystallized charges or zonite in there or something like that, that would be a huge improvement to me. Even though it would be the same thing every time. Whatever, I don't care. Yeah, you can kind of feel which spring is being depressed depending on where you push the button. Obviously the last one is a very important thing though. I mean, it's easy to take it for granted, but the game developers' work all sits on top of all these controllers and things. So if just pressing that R1 button didn't have a certain amount of innate sort of enjoyment to it, then whatever game you tack onto that is going to suffer ever so slightly from that problem. Of course, most games will be coming out on multiple platforms now, so if the competition gets that right and you get it wrong, that really matters for Nintendo. But it also matters to the game developer as well. They want the controller to be good so that when the player plays the game, it's enjoyable, you know? Of course, it will never backfire having a C button, which is totally different from the A and B button. Having a button called C, which has a totally different function from A and B, will never ever backfire and will never ever change and will never be a problem going forward in some way or somehow. It'll never be the case that Nintendo decides actually, or the industry decides actually, you know what, 6-button controllers were right all along. We can squeeze a few more buttons on here. And then Nintendo is left with the job of prefacing every emulated version of Nintendo Switch 2 games on the Nintendo Switch 3 with actually the C button doesn't mean the C button, it means the other button, blah, 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 blah. Why did it have to be C? Why? C for chat. It could have been GC. It could have been anything other than the letter C. It could have been a speech bubble. That's what I would have put it as. Wouldn't a speech bubble make more sense? C doesn't mean chat to me. I don't know. Isn't that right, chat? Are you a bunch of C's? How has Nintendo made shape was rounded off? So it's like I'm back in school. Number of buttons has been reduced. I can't read this. What is this? Shape change. They changed shape. No. Yeah, that one. Okay. Yeah, 2 for Nintendo Switch 2. Right there. It's right there. The GC button. The GameCube button. That's a lot of magnets. I honestly didn't know that. If you just stick a bunch of magnets side by side, the magnetic force gets stronger. Your intuition would kind of tell you that it wouldn't it? My intuition would tell me putting them all side by side like that. If you just ignore the top half of the image and just look at the bottom half, you would kind of think that the magnets would have a negative effect on each other. I didn't know that. Genuinely didn't know that. Cool. Super Mario Land. Precursor, is that a Jak and Daxter reference? What's that? Pokemon Pinball for Game Boy and Game Boy Color. WarioWare, I was hoping WarioWare would show up. Look at that. There's my boy. I've never actually played Twisted though. It's maybe the only WarioWare game I haven't played. Twisted. Drill Dozer. Drill Dozer. DS Rumble Pack. Somebody said Breaking Bad reference. I don't know what that was. But I'll tell you, Breaking Bad references were on my mind because, like I said earlier, I played some Remnant 2 recently. And the worst thing about that game is that you're forced to play as Jesse Pinkman. Anybody who's played it will know what I mean. You play this game where you go in the multiverse to different weird worlds and your character acts like Jesse Pinkman for the whole game. And maybe that's cool on paper, but it's not in practice. That's what he sounds like to me anyway. Why did the magnets... English is a funny language because sometimes if you only read part of a sentence, you go, what the fuck? You look at the, you look at the grammar and you go, hang on, you fucked up the grammar here. What happened here is I processed this part of the sentence first. I got this far, right? Cut it off here. Cut it off here before within. I got this, my mental processing got this far into the sentence and I went, what the fuck? And I went back. Why do the magnets held? Why do the magnets held? Why do the magnets held within the HD Rumble 2 parts contain a lot of north and south poles? Rattling. It's Pikachu. A battery. Something could vibrate. A battery? Console game stand. I know a little bit of Irish, not very much. And it's always strange to me when people call it Gaelic. I suppose it is a form of Gaelic. I don't know exactly how it's classified. But we would learn the Irish name for the Irish language, which I'm probably gonna butcher now because it's been ages since I've said it. And I'm past tipsy. But it's Gaelga. It's not, we wouldn't call it Gaelic. Gaelga. But I don't really know very much. I wish I knew more, but it never stuck with me when I was in school. I thought I didn't have a head for languages, and maybe I still don't, but when I tried to learn Japanese on my own recognizance, it went a little bit better. I just haven't put that much time into it, that's all. Cool. Oh, can't do that. Doesn't she know I'm streaming? I haven't really been talking to the NPCs. Whoa, she's my mummy? Whoa. Whoa. Hmm. Can I play this one? Speed golf. You know, golfers were the original gamers. Do you know what golf stands for? I don't know if this is bullshit. I think this is bullshit. But I heard that golf stands for gentlemen only, ladies forbidden. Has anybody ever heard this? Gentlemen only, ladies forbidden. It's a boys' club. Gamers on this chat is golf. Gamers only, ladies forbidden. The ladies are like clawing down the door trying to get into my stream, man. But I keep them out so that we can have nice time together. Me and the lads. You're welcome. Quickly put the ball into the hole. Okay. Okay, what do I have to do? Okay, you have to hold R. Don't you hate when you're golfing and your ball falls off into the void? Oh, I still got a medal. Okay, that was shit. That was fucking dog shit. Shouldn't get a medal for that. It's a fucking joke. Come on now. Recalibrate. This switch, this thing is not pointing the right way. Okay. Okay. All right, there we go. Try again. Okay, I have to wait for the ball to stop, it looks like. I thought maybe I could intercept it. Now, this is kind of fun. Nearly. Oh yeah. Come on. Really? Really? No, too hard. That's rough. That's fucking rough. This game's not fucking around, man. Man, this game's not fucking around. Man, this is the most hardcore game Nintendo's released in... What the fuck? Yeah, okay, try again. Come on. Let's go. Top path, hole in one. Okay, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Oh, okay. Okay. I nearly got it that first time. Oh, I was gonna call that one. I was gonna call that one, man. Man, I would have gained so much fucking gamer credit. It's unreal. I was gonna call that one. I was gonna say this is the one. This is it. I had a feeling. Look at that straight fucking line. Get a load of that. Look at that. Get a load of that. Fuck yeah. You know, to be fair to them charging €10, there is a lot of mini games in this, isn't there? I haven't been able to play half of them. There's a lot. This bit requires mouse mode. Quickly put the ball into the hole. I can't go over. If I'm going fast enough, do I get over? It kind of looked like maybe that's possible. I don't think that's going to work. So really what I need is two shots here to get down a little bit around here and then go straight across. So this is going to be rough. Even better than that. Need to do even better than that. 250 it must be. Yeah, we can get it. We can get it. I'm just not twisting my hand enough for that back one. It's a little bit awkward the way I'm positioned. Yeah, you want to be soft on that first one because you have to come, it has to come to a stop. So you want it to stop as soon as possible so that you can just not lining that one up right. Too hard. $250, yeah. Oh, that's fucking rough, man. What the fuck? That is a tough time. That's tough. No, too soft. If I'd been a little bit harder on that one. Come on. Nice. Hero of Legend says, Matt, did you get the third medal on Find the Strongest Rumble yet? No, I didn't. Are you genuinely invested in my medals, Matt? Getting invested? Are we finding gameplay? Are we finding some life here in the museum? What's this? The battery. Ho ho. If you're holding the Joy-Con, that's the way you're seeing it, basically. In your right hand. The rumble at the bottom. And that's the stick there. Alright, I need to take a break for a sec. I'll be back in a minute. Hello. Surprised how well I've been holding up because I've been drinking a lot. At least it feels like I've been drinking a lot. But I'm holding up pretty well, which is kind of disappointing. This is one reason why you shouldn't drink. I haven't been drinking lately. Maybe I'll look back on this and I'll say I was a buffoon. Am I holding up alright? Am I holding up? But another reason not to drink very much is you build up your tolerance, don't you? The wrist strap. Wow. I'm going to try and actually make progress here because it would be nice to get to the internals of the actual console so I can flex my developer cred. Player LED. Because I'm a pro programmer, as you know. Put it on my CV, lead engineer of the Suck engine. I didn't take any of that in, but I have a feeling I'm going to ace this anyway. Let's find out. Use motion controls. Mouse controls. I'm just kind of passively absorbing all this text. Hang on a second, fellas. Hello, hopefully you can hear me okay. Apparently I'm drunk enough to need a chaperone. So someone has showed up. Those VOD viewers that tapped out on the mini games are missing out now. I'm learning about wrist straps.
Wrist straps? You've
Yeah.
never used those.
I use the wrist strap on my Wii all the time.
Did you?
I think you were making fun of me for wearing the wrist strap just the other day. You come in and say something to me, or I'll need to do something, and then it's like, hang on a second. The wrist strap has to come off. Yeah, hang on a second. I have this attached to me. But I don't really like this because you've got two. It's just more awkward when you have two.
It doesn't look as good as the rubber one.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I don't really want to wear two wrist straps, you know? Can you see the chat okay from there?
Yeah, mostly.
I can't really bring it closer to you. You can't see the chat very well, everyone.
So what have you been doing?
Learning. We've learned a lot of stuff. And getting major gamer cred on the mini games. I got major gamer cred. I was doing golf mini games.
Golf?
Yeah, you can if you turn the Joy-Con, so it's a mouse, but also you can turn it, and then the golf club rotates with the controller. So then you can decide what angle you're smacking it at, and they're actually surprisingly tough. There's 3 different medal levels in it,
Right.
and getting the highest medal in it is actually pretty tough, I have to say. But there's a lot of mini games I haven't been able to play because they need you to undock the machine or play on a 4K display or
Right.
whatever. So
Is that driving you mad?
no. And chat understands, don't they?
Has it been fun?
I've drunk a lot, so I think it's been reasonably enjoyable. Yeah, I still think it should have been a free pack-in game, you know? It just doesn't really make sense to charge people money for this. So I'm not saying that anybody in the chat should go out and buy it, but you know, I got some donations that were people jokingly telling me to buy it, so.
What does golf stand for?
Gentlemen only, ladies forbidden. Did you know that?
Is that true?
I that's what I've heard. I don't know. I think nobody really knows what the word golf means, so that was kind of invented as,
I'd believe it.
yeah. It's like soccer. Soccer doesn't mean anything. You know? There's a lot of sport, and like tennis doesn't mean anything. Golf doesn't mean anything. So it could just be a word.
Isn't that how, like, most words
Yeah.
work?
Yeah. Yeah. But for some reason, people believe golf means gentlemen only, ladies forbidden. So you're very lucky to be in here.
Well, you're not
That's what I'm
playing
saying.
golf right now.
No, but we're gamers only, ladies forbidden.
Oh, I see.
Chat knows about this. We made this pact not long ago. It was a blood pact and everything.
A blood pact?
Yeah, the chat. I told. Isn't this true, everyone? Didn't we make a blood pact earlier? I got everybody in the chat to get. I said get a knife or some scissors or something, and cut on your palm, and we'll say gamers only, ladies forbidden. You have to chant it 3 times, over and over again.
You're gonna get a strike on your channel.
See, it's true.
So, where did you cut?
I'm gonna do it later.
What is this?
I'm learning about straps. Don't interrupt me. I have no idea. I haven't been reading. We. I'm just looking at the. I'm just looking at the pictures. I'm just looking at the pictures.
What have you learned?
A lot of things. The coolest thing is that this thing can make sound. Oh, I'm not joking. They actually have a nice demo where the rumble, it's got no speaker on it. It's not like the PlayStation controller,
Right.
but the rumble on it can make sounds, simple sounds. So they make it make a coin sound from Mario or a one-up noise or whatever.
Oh,
That was
is
pretty cool.
Is it convincing?
Yeah, actually was. Actually was. Used the song. Yeah, I was wondering about that actually. You can see part of the strap there is tied together like that.
Oh yeah. There, stitches up the top.
Hmm.
Can you read that?
Read what? That's a cruel thing to try and make me read. Running stitch, satin stitch, zigzag stitch. Yay. We wanted to make sure that the sewn part is tear resistant even when pulled. It uses a complicated stitching pattern. Running stitch, satin stitch, zigzag stitch, back to running stitch. Wow.
You know, it's kind of nice that they made this. You know, that it's so detailed.
Yeah, no, it's interesting information sometimes. It's strange to see them being so open with people about it. But I think it kind of gives people more appreciation for the amount of effort that goes into
Yeah.
making the console. You wouldn't really think, I wouldn't have thought that that was stitching. That was actual stitching.
What would you think it is?
I can't say anything now because I know whatever I say, you're going to laugh. Look, I haven't been looking at it, okay? I haven't been scrutinizing it. I knew that it was stuck together, but I didn't really go look at it with my eyes. I just went, yeah, that's stuck together. So I just thought glue or something. Okay? Oh, that's very funny. Golf. 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 I'm making a golf club. Plastic. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I'm gonna fail the first question when you come in. It's got to be rubber. Is it rubber?
To erase mistakes.
2. To quieten the vibration. What was done?
Oh, it was glued. Look.
Yeah, was it? Maybe it was glued on. Golf. Alright. Distracted. Fiberglass. It looks like fiberglass, actually. Fiberglass? Like asbestos or what? It looks like fiberglass. I think this one was right to quieten the vibration. It was made out of gel. It was a machine. No, I know the top of it was machines. Okay. I thought they were talking about the little plasticky bit on the bottom for some reason, which actually doesn't seem to move, so I don't know how that's stuck in place. That doesn't move. Yeah, they didn't tell me about
Yeah.
that, so. There we go. The Joy-Con strap. Thank you.
Oh, did you make your little guy?
You just pick from a lineup of people at the start. Bunch of randos and you just pick one.
Pick the red hair.
Is it red hair? I can't tell.
Yeah, that's
It
red.
kind of looks brown to me. When I do character customization in games, I just take the default character and slap some red hair on them and call it a day. That's
He-
my build.
He always has an opinion on the quality of the red, though. It's like the one thing about character creation he has an opinion on.
Because it's the one thing that I change. Okay. Okay.
Are you reading?
No. Oh, I can play this one. Click on the target as quickly as possible. Okay. Where's my mouse, man? Okay, hang on. I busted out my gamer mouse, man. You got me this actually, do you remember?
Yeah, I remember. Got it for you when you were playing Dota.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long time ago now. This is going to be brutal. So, watch, there's 2 medals, right? But there's a 3rd medal if you try again. Where's the... How do you see the time? This is genuinely one of the top 3 hardest in the game. Okay, we have to get it in 15 milliseconds.
It's pretty tough.
I'm gonna do it. Holy shit! That would have been too slow. Are you believers or doubters? Stake your claim. Are you a believer or a doubter?
Dower.
You're a doubter.
Yeah.
You see what I have to put up with? See what I have to put up with here? The fox. We know what the fox means. Believer. He's a believer. We're doing it. You're gonna have to talk to them for about half an hour while I do this.
You're still too slow.
This is fucking rough, man.
Is there a sensitivity option, maybe?
Yeah, there is, but I don't know. I don't think that's really the problem. I'm a doubter.
Holy shit.
Do you know what I did, fellas? I closed my eyes. I shit you not. I closed my eyes. I listened for the jingle to say when to go. And I did it.
It worked.
Fucking impenetrable cred. This is why everybody else needs to cut themselves, but I don't need to cut myself to enter the pact because my gamer cred score is so high that I'm the leader.
The cult leader.
Yeah. The cult of golf. Triple targets. I'm a doubter. Suddenly I'm a doubter. Okay. Fuck. Fuck this. I don't want to do this. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. No. Okay, we got 2 medals.
Not bad.
2 medals.
Try going the other direction.
Yeah. Less than a second? Are you joking me? Oh my god. I can't believe this. This is the fuck. Fuck. Fuck off. Oh my god. No.
Oh.
No. No, no, no. Oh my god. Oh.
Oh.
I can't, I'm laughing all the time.
Try closing your eyes.
I can't though, with there's 3 targets you can't do that. Oh, what? That was slow. How was that slow?
Try it a couple of times slow, just to sort of feel what your hand should be doing.
Okay. Oh.
Slower again. Go slow. Muscle memory.
Oh. No, I was too early. Felt good about that one.
Impatient.
Yeah, that's my big flaw, isn't it?
Yep.
I moved too soon on that one. Can't believe
Impatient.
I have to go fast though. You gotta go fast. Oh, fuck it. I don't know, man.
I think you have to like feel it with your hand. You're not going to be able to think fast enough to do it.
After how many drinks I'm in, if I do this, I'm legally allowed to drink drive. Yeah.
Fair.
I'm McNulty trying to bring the car home right now. Okay.
Slower.
Hang on. Oh.
See, you keep stopping at the same point. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about it? What about it?
You've got your hand is moving in the wrong pattern. You're committing the wrong pattern to memory. That's why I'm saying go slower and feel what your hand is doing, and then you can copy it faster. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay. This is boring though. Hang on. What I'm gonna do is I'm worried that you're getting cut off a little bit, so I'm gonna change the filter on the microphone. Okay, I'm disabling the noise gate, which means you might get some noise on the thing. But you should be able to hear everything now. That was good. Okay.
You're doing it again.
I don't understand how it's committing it to muscle memory if I go slow though. Because it's not the same. It's not the same going
It's the pattern.
going slowly like this is not the same as going.
I promise you it will work if you just do it.
Yeah, I like this kind of platinum star shape that I'm doing. That might be the way to do it. Like that?
Yeah, keep doing that. Slower.
Just because I missed the target doesn't mean I wasn't going slow, okay? No.
You're missing the target because you're being impatient.
Ah, fuck this. So you can't make the streamers watch a half an hour of this. The streamer, I'm the streamer. We can't make the viewers watch half an hour of this. This is it. 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 Watch this. Watch. I'm going to hit all three of them by doing a circle around this. Watch, 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 watch. It's like the killing of a sacred deer. Ready? Ready? Okay.
A circle might work.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see you draw a circle. Oh. Oh, that was rough. Fuck off. What's wrong with me? Fuck off. I'm trying to draw. I'm trying to draw. That should make me terrible. What? Ow. Oh, close. Close, close, close.
That wasn't close at all.
Oh, hang on, we're getting it.
You're getting worse.
No, we're getting it. I'm downloading it. Watch. How am I supposed to do this when I'm laughing? Not bad. Oh,
See, you're doing the same thing again.
hang on. Oh no, I'm getting it. I'm gonna get it soon. I am. I'm gonna get it soon. Oh. I can't believe that wasn't it. I can't believe that wasn't it a minute ago. This always happens to me, doesn't it? I was telling you,
Yeah.
you know this. You know this about me. I was telling the chat about this before.
Are
This
you thinking
fucking
about the Wipeout
shit
thing?
always happens to me. Yeah. Wipeout was one example. I got a high score of Zone 99 on one of the Wipeout tracks. This always fucking happens to me, man. I always have to get this fucking one-off shit before I get the thing I actually want.
This is brutal.
It is.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
I can't believe you did that.
4 under. 4 under, baby. Oh yeah. Gamer cred restored. All's right with the world.
You want another drink?
I do, kinda, yeah. I'm pretty pissed, but
I'll get you a drink.
bit of fun, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Mind the cable there. How long was that chat? Because it was probably pretty bad, right? I can now legally drink and drive. Yeah. I'm well able for it, man. Well, no, I shouldn't joke about that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Never ever fucking do that, man. Never do it. Never, never. I've never done it. 12? Was it? Somebody said 13 minutes, another person said 12. It felt like longer than that. But yeah. Alright, where's all these hidden fucking podiums that I gotta find? This is fucking stupid. Is this another hat? Alright. 2 hats? The guy must have had 2 heads to lose his hats like that. What am I looking for here? The strap area. How could there be several things that... Oh, they're all up on the other end. Okay. Yeah. On the plastic body, which has fiberglass in it. Don't breathe in the asbestos fumes from your Joy-Con strap. Oh, oh, podium. Plus symbol. HD Rumble 2 sawing. Why does it say B? Look at that. Hang on. Can I go back? Check out the serial number thing on the side of the strap. B?
What?
B. It says B.
So it does.
B?
B.
B? Oh yeah. What's up? Why are you laughing? She's fucking hysterical. She's hysterical. I'm just sawing some wood. I'm sawing some wood. I'm just sawing some wood. Oh yeah. The only thing left for me to do is saw the wood in two slowly. Why can't you use both? Saw the wood in two slowly. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh yeah.
What is this?
Oh yeah. Look at that. I can feel all the teeth. Can feel all the teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feels pretty good. Let me tell you. Oh yeah. I saw that wood slowly any day. You want to give it a try?
No.
Okay. Got the Joy-Con on its side here, facing side to side, and I'm just sawing some wood, man. It feels pretty good. I feel like I should. No, that's not funny. No, I'm assessing the Joy-Con controllers for my viewers because I'm a serious game analyst and critic and all that. Okay?
Yep.
It's a real job.
Go on then.
Feels pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Look at that. Watch this move. Oh. Look at that. I can saw wood with one finger. I don't know why it takes so much effort, because look, I can do it with one finger. This is how God of War should have started. When he was cutting down that tree. He's going, I miss my wife. But at least I could saw wood. Sawing this wood with my pinky finger. Oh! It feels good. The rumble on it is good. You know? It's got a nice vibration to it.
You can feel the teeth.
Yeah, I don't know. You can feel the teeth. I don't know why this is its own demo exactly. I think the Maraca Ball demo was more impressive, but this is good. It feels different from your typical rumble. It does feel like you can kind of feel... Yeah, you can kind of feel as the teeth roll over things or something. There's a kind of pointedness to it. So it's good. The problem with these kinds of demos, though, it's the same thing with Astrobot, is Astrobot, or Astro's Playroom is what the game is actually called, the packing game. That came out ages ago, and there hasn't been that many PS5 games that have really used the DualSense to its fullest extent, you know?
Mm.
So you have to wonder if any developers are actually going to make as much use out of this as they could.
That always happens, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you know, Nintendo has more first-party games, so you know. Thank you, Piston. Good night, dude.
You can't see it, but he gave you a little cheers with his glass.
Yeah, I'm drinking to you. Here's to you, dude. Cheers.
They can't see that.
It doesn't mean I shouldn't do it.
No.
You know?
Yeah.
It's just a nice thing to do.
Yeah.
Cheers. Although it does run the ever so slight risk of pouring Baileys all over my laptop, so. Alright, where are we going? We're checking out the underside of the strap. Thingamajigs. The Nintendo Thingamajig.
Is that what it's called?
That's what their next console is called. No, I named it here the Nintendo thing. That's the name of their next console.
The Nintendo thing.
Yeah.
It might be.
Yeah. Can see straight through. It's pretty strict. You have to go and get all the stamps before you can move on to another part, and all the stamps are invisible
What the fuck?
until you walk up close to them. Fucking stupid.
This game's pretty hardcore.
Those three metal mini games might genuinely be some of the most hardcore stuff Nintendo has put out in years. Okay, I can go now. I want to see, I've been streaming a long time, but I want to get to the internals of the console before I stop. At least that would be nice, you know?
Have you done the screen?
Yeah.
Punch Out? Have you?
What?
Done a full playthrough of Punch Out for the Wii?
For the Wii? No. Why?
And someone was asking.
No, I haven't played the Wii version of Punch Out at all. What are you laughing? What are you laughing at? You laughing at that? I'll play Punch Out right now. No, and no, that's not a threat. Okay, we're gonna find the strongest rumble. Oh, horizontally and vertically. Cool. I'm into it. Find where the rumble is strongest. Okay.
This seems kind of fun.
It's around here somewhere.
I can hear that.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm triangulating. This is actually big brain shit right now. I'm telling you. This is like the pro strat. Watch. No, that's pretty far off. But it's a good idea. I just wanted to do it quickly so that I could be a little shit. Alright, it's around here. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find a circle where the vibration level isn't changing.
Mm.
And then if I do that, it's somewhere in the center of that circle. That's my theory anyway.
These are terrible circles, though.
Yeah. At least I'm not doing it left-handed. It feels quite strong here. But I think it's around here somewhere.
About the same distance. Again, well, it's better.
I'm just being impatient, you know? Okay, I think it's on this vertical. Feel pretty strongly about that. Or this horizontal, I mean. It's here horizontally, I think. Vertically, it's around here somewhere. Nah, I'm just being too impatient, that's all. Whatever, we'll take one medal there and move on. What's this one, I wonder?
What's the UFO?
We'll see that in a minute. I think you used 2 mice. Someone was saying that in the chat. False positives. What does that mean exactly?
There's other rumble spots.
But they're not as
Yeah.
strong?
Yeah.
This is definitely the strong one. I can tell that already. Yeah, whatever. It's not good stream material, that's all. It's not bad, but I'm not going to make you sit through that.
Did you say not good stream material? This is what you chose to stream.
That particular game.
Yeah, but I mean the whole thing.
You saying the chat would rather watch Star Fox?
Chat,
Or
would you
some-
rather watch Star Fox?
No way. No
Hey,
way.
You never know. They can be pretty weird sometimes.
This is cool. Look. Look at this. This is like Star Fox times 2.
This does seem like the kind of thing you would play.
It does, actually. There's not really much incentive to keep your 2 guys away from each other, though.
Can you just put both the Joy-Cons together and do it with one hand?
No, because they start in different positions. You'd have to at least... Oh, they can't quite... They can't move into each other. That's good, actually. Okay. I'm gonna do this. I can barely even see what's happening, but I'm gonna do it. Watch. Get a load of this. I have no idea which one is which. Why is it using my... It uses your left as the mouse? Oh, it's using both of them. It's weird. You know what? I will probably play this off stream. This mini game in particular. This is kind of fun now. This is something you can't really do on other platforms. You could do it on the... Why are you laughing? Could do it. Is it because I made a face and moved my head around in a weird drunken way that the viewers couldn't see there? I was like, dude, this is great, man. This is like great.
I could see you were getting into it.
Yeah, I'll play this again.
You put this on just to play this mini game?
No. I bet the score is like 40 or more. Maybe 50.
You're pretty good at this though,
Yeah?
considering you're drunk.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, this does look like something you would play.
Hmm.
So,
Pretty fun. Ideally you'd want to get good at using both of them. Oh, do you want to use one?
no.
No?
I'm pretty sure I would still be worse than your left hand.
I don't think that's true, but okay. I'm just that good, fellas.
Can you saw wood with your left hand?
I can do anything with my left hand. Except draw a circle. No, I can, I'm ambidextrous, didn't you know that?
I didn't know that.
No, yeah. That's because I'm not. I just made it up right now, but I'm gonna learn it. Oh, you only need 30. I can do that. I can do that. That's nothing. That's fucking nothing. Watch this. Get a load of this. That is a surprisingly low score, I have to say, compared to some of the shit these games have been making me do.
Compared to the target thing.
Yeah, the target thing was mad. Yeah, the fatal flaw of this game is that there's no real disincentive from keeping your guys close to each other.
Maybe the pro strat is to get stars with both of them rather than keeping them together. And you want to get as many stars in as short a time as possible.
Yeah, well,
You might not be able to do it drunk.
but I can do it.
Why am I suddenly thinking of Danganronpa?
It's Hangman's Gambit. Yeah, it is a little bit like that. Kind of. Not really, but... Limit your awareness, bros. Remember, I'm remembering my advice from earlier. Oh no, it would have been really cool if I had remembered my own advice and then won and proved that my advice was good. Then I could maintain my status as the cult leader, you know?
Yeah.
Thank you, Ballbug. Happy birthday, bro.
Oh, happy birthday.
Appreciate it.
Oh, happy birthday to you too.
Thank you.
I didn't play it, but I watched it like an anime.
Yeah. You watched me play 100 Line. I think we both had similar feelings on it. And it was not a very good use of time in the end.
It's interesting in that it's really only when you get to a certain point that it suddenly feels like you've had a lot of time wasted.
Yeah. Some of those routes were just... yeah. Very bad. What was the... I suppose enough time has elapsed. It's been more than a year since that game came out, I think. So we can spoil it a little bit. 100 Line. But you remember the so-called comedy route or whatever that I ended up on?
Yeah, I think that's like there's
My
like
fucking
maybe
god.
a translation kind of, or like a cultural
No.
sort of.
You're being too kind. It's just shit.
It's like manzai comedy though, isn't it?
You're being too kind though. People do that where they go, it's a cultural difference, and you know,
Well, I mean,
maybe
could
it's
be
good if you
true.
know Japanese. Maybe it's good if you are Japanese. Maybe it's good
That can
if
be
you
true,
just
and it can
watch
still be
anime.
bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying you have to enjoy it. I'm just saying that that could be a factor.
Yeah. No, it was shit. We didn't. That seemed like one of the routes you were most likely to end up on as well. I don't think it was the first one that I got to the end on, but that seemed like a fairly logical series of decisions to make, and then you end up on this weird kind of...
Yeah, I feel like it kind of happened at a really bad time, because it's like you got like the big reveal or whatever, and then you were like trying to dig into another timeline, and suddenly you're on like this absolute bullshit timeline that
Yeah.
is like not telling you anything of worth.
Yeah. Yeah, that was... There's just so much wasted time in that game, you know? I respect how much effort went into it and all that, but... Like, it must have been an absolutely absurd amount of scripting, but... I don't know. Thanks for the super chat, Latmay. I think I'd be doing... If a marathon happens at all, I think I'd be doing it by myself, so... You're lucky she's here at all. That's what I'm saying.
I should be in bed.
Yeah,
That's where I should be.
yeah. But I need a chaperone. I don't think I can do this right now. I'm pretty out of it, man. But this is fun. This is fun. This is maybe the most fun thing in the game so far. Because I feel like I can't get it on another platform. You could release a PC game like this, but nobody's going to plug two mice into their computer. And there's probably, honestly, on the PC, there's probably just some horrible fucking workaround you have to do just to recognize two mice and make sure that the user can just plug and play the way they should be able to.
You could use the mouse pad and the mouse.
Yeah, it's not about having two mice though. It's more like, as a developer, how do you know the user has two mice? Presumably Windows has some kind of mouse 2 option or something, but it's not a common input for games, so it's probably just a little bit of a nightmare to make a game that uses... If you want to give the user a smooth experience is what I'm saying. Oh, I got it.
Oh, you weren't even paying attention.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
How much gamer cred do you get for that?
It was only 30. It was only exactly the medal requirements.
Right.
So
Well, you
it's-
weren't
it's-
paying attention. I was looking at you.
Yeah. So it's... you get more gamer cred than an Elden Ring boss. But less than... I don't know, I'm just random off the top of my head. Less than, like, Final Fantasy 16. Let's say.
Okay.
Less than, like, doing a cool combo in Final Fantasy 16. But more than beating an Elden Ring boss.
I see.
Unless the Elden Ring boss has Looney Tunes physics when it jumps into the air, that gives you +1 gamer score. Because like it's really hardcore to memorize the Looney Tunes physics.
I didn't notice any little elevators in the Switch 2.
They're quite well hidden.
Hmm.
Yeah. You have to pop off this thing and then like you have to get a screwdriver and break that part open. But then you'll see an elevator. It's a bit weird that they recommend you. They say when you boot the game up, have a screwdriver handy so that
Right.
you can take the console apart and like and a thing to melt all the glue holding the battery in as well.
Right.
You need a hairdryer. But if you do that, then you can see the elevator.
Do you have to supply your own tiny people?
You do, unfortunately, yeah. And they prefer to be called Lilliputians.
I see.
Yeah. If you get gold medals and everything, you get to go to the secret Gulliver area
I see.
where you can feed him things. He's tied down.
What do you feed him?
You don't want to know. Spiritov Protect demos. We're not doing microphone stuff. Nah. Okay.
Did I like Elden Ring at all?
You don't have to answer every question that's asked of you, just so you know. Just so you know, hang on.
So
My-
you're not that drunk.
Hang on, my client has a right not to answer every question that's asked of her, okay? So, my client pleads the fifth, and you can ask whatever other questions you'd like to ask.
Okay.
I think it's fair to say I liked it more than you did.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah. I never thought about that.
Dark Souls 3.
No, I'm not reading the chat.
Oh.
Forcing your Switch into the Switch 2 dock.
Forcing it?
It won't fit. It just won't fit, okay? You're gonna have to dock it in the appropriate place. It uses more power.
What, the second one?
Yeah, yeah.
That's kind of made me curious now about what would actually happen if you
Yeah.
if you docked it.
Yeah. Yeah. They have to think of all these things, you know. I think the power of the console though is you've been blown away by this as well, just how much the PS5 can heat the room
Yeah.
when you put it on. I was finding excuses to play it in winter to heat the room up more.
Yeah, I
And
was
think
getting up
the-
in the morning and playing it in the morning to heat the room.
Yeah. And I think that's one kind of underrated component of the Steam machine probably is that it's not going to be a top end machine, but it'll probably have low power
Yeah.
consumption. So over time you save money using it, you know. This is me trying to convince her to allow me to buy a Steam machine.
You say that like
I don't want.
I
I know.
forbid
I
you
don't.
from
I know. I
buying
don't want to
things.
make it out like I'm some whipped guy. I can buy a Steam machine if I want. I don't want to.
You know what?
I'm
No,
not.
hang on.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying that. It's bullshit. Yeah, yeah.
I'll tell you how it really is. I have to listen to weeks of him hemming and hawing about whether or not he wants to buy something, rather than just buying it.
This is what it is. You can't have everything, you know.
So stop talking about it.
Yeah, but I want to play. I want to play PC games again. I want to do
So
another.
buy
I
one.
want to do another playthrough of Prey. I haven't been reading the chat at all. Hang on. What's your favorite Rain World creature?
Vultures.
I play. You know what? One of the annoying things about I told people I've been capturing footage. You know, that there may or may not a video may or may not materialize at some point.
Yeah.
A 19-minute long video may or may not materialize at some
Am I
point.
allowed to talk about that, or will I just be quiet and let you speak?
Don't tell them what it's about.
Okay.
But as you know, I've been playing a lot of games to capture footage.
Yep.
One of the annoying things is when you play games, there's all kinds of, you know, the way they say don't work with children or animals.
Yeah.
You know, that happens all the time in games where you'll have some NPC that will start doing something
Yeah.
or some other fucking thing. I'm trying to capture clear, concise, straightforward footage of something, and then some system kicks in, like it starts raining, or lots of different things can happen that fuck it up. It's actually not all that different from being a film producer or something, you know? Like
Yeah.
you have to know the weather in the game if you want to know a specific thing. But one of the things that annoyed me was
Are
that
you referring to the thing that you might have been recording yesterday?
no.
Okay.
No. Well, that's one of the things, but we don't
Yeah,
need to talk about that. But one of the things that happened, this is not quite the same thing, but one of the things that happened was I was recording a little bit of Rain World. And this is a spoiler for Rain World, a fairly early game spoiler, but it spoils a mechanic that's in Rain World, right? And I wanted footage with a vulture of some kind, and the vulture comes in, and you know, Rain World is a very dynamic game, so you can't really plan for what's going to happen. And if you want footage of certain things, or you want clean footage that isn't too complicated or whatever, then things can go wrong. But anyway, the vulture comes in, and I was just trying to play normally, fairly normally, just to create general kind of gameplay footage. But I threw a spear at him, and I got his fucking mask, you know, right away. The very first vulture in the game, I booted up a new save file to do this, and I got his fucking mask right away. And I'm like, this is one of the painful things about trying to capture this footage is I get this mask, and any other time when you're playing the game, if you get the mask, it's like, now it's fun time. Right now, I get to go around and have fun with all the lizards or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm like, right, well, better throw that away, so that like yeah, I can get the normal standard Rain World footage that I'm looking for. You know, it's frustrating. That's kind of one of the things I meant when I was saying the other day that it's frustrating recording the games. It's like you're not really playing them. You know,
Yeah.
because if you're playing Rain World and one of the very first things that happens to you is you get the vulture mask, you don't just throw it away. You're like,
Yeah.
right, well now I'm safe for a while. You know, and now I can go through this
Well-
there. Yeah, kind of, anyway. You know? I know, it's not that hard in the grand scheme of things to get a vulture mask, I know, but whatever. The dock is one of the few things that I like less than the original Switch so far. Because
Because you can't open it.
as somebody who frequently has to move HDMI cables in and out of capture cards and stuff like that, the original Switch dock where you can just pull it down and pull the cable out is a lot easier than this other one where you have to pop it off and all that. Don't really like it that much. We're never going to get to the inside of the console. I'm sorry, fellas. I'm getting pretty tired.
How long have you been streaming now? Since like
Nearly 6
midnight?
hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
What does it not do? Use infrared communication?
I've been taking exams in here
Yeah.
to look cute.
Huh?
To look
To
cute.
look cute? No. Easier to detach. This is how I did all my exams in school. I just went, that one. This is one of those cultural differences that kind of blows me away. But is it? I still have a hard time believing this. But is it true, chat, that most tests in America are multiple choice?
Oh, they're the little dot things.
Yeah, because it's not the way over here.
No, you have to like write essays.
You have to
and
write
shit.
essays and shit like that. So it's not. You can't just go. It's that one. You know.
Mm.
But you can still not pay a lot of attention in school and pass. Depends on the class. Okay. Oh. Yeah, well, you know, the flip side is that usually in Ireland, at least when we were in school, a passing grade was something like 40%,
Yeah.
which I think is
40%.
lower than what it would have been in the US. Because if you're on a multiple choice question, you're going to get 25% right
Just
just
if
by
you just do
default.
like one
If you
whole
just
row.
do random, yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it is pretty easy to dock it and stuff. I have an analog pocket and I have a dock for that as well. And it's not quite as easy to get it into the dock as it is with the Switch. It's not as smooth,
Mm.
you know? Those little things matter.
Mm. It's pretty interesting.
Hmm. Yeah, that matters, you know?
Mm.
That does matter. It makes it smooth to dock and undock.
The Switch didn't have anything like that, did it? Because I've always felt kind of weird trying to dock the Switch.
I think it probably did have something kind of similar. I think it had the indentations, maybe not the spring kind of
Mm.
part. But it certainly feels easier to dock than the pocket, the analog pocket.
That's unfortunate.
Cool. There's little dimples or something. That's what I took from that. There are rubber feet. The rubber feet move and yeah, cool. What?
Wait, I'm interested.
Okay, no, it has piqued my interest as well. What? So, we actually
It's
modified
different. It's
one
different.
of the
One of the
feet
feet is different.
No way. Huh.
That's pretty cool.
Hmm. That's pretty impressive, I gotta say. I know what you're laughing at there. Go on, go ahead.
I'm not allowed to review Logic Bombs because I haven't finished it.
How far did you get as a matter of interest?
Somewhere on the second row.
She didn't even play past the second row, fellas. Now imagine trying to make a game in such a discouraging environment. Do you think you could do it?
I'm just not that into puzzle games.
Hold on a second. You know what I'm about to say, don't you? You know what I'm about to say, don't
Yeah,
you?
I do. I
Who,
do.
who am I going to reply to?
The guy who's saying I made half of it.
Yeah. Bob says she gets a pass because she made half of it. Half? Half? She made half of it? Are you for fucking real?
Thank you for the recognition.
Half. You made half? Don't give her ideas. Alright? Don't give her fucking ideas. Didn't she do the visuals? Is that half the game? For Logic Bombs.
You did most of the visuals as well. I
Yeah.
mean, you did the
I did the
as
Game Boy.
intended.
The Game Boy visuals.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the Game Boy visuals, by the way. I don't know if I made that clear, but I did the Game Boy visuals. Yeah. Half. It took me like a fucking year to make all those puzzles. What the fuck? The fuck out of here.
Oh, you got there in the end.
Got there in the end, yeah. Everybody's laughing at me now. Everybody. I've got someone laughing at me. I've got the chat laughing at me.
Happy birthday. Wait, so what's left until we get to the internals?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
what have you done? You've done the screen, the Joy-Cons.
I've done the screen, the Joy-Cons, the fucking straps. Whatever I was doing there a second ago. The dock.
You're still
Yeah.
on the dock. You're in the Switch 2 dock area.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I can read for you.
Yeah. Why is it so much smaller then? It's kind of weird. I got there in the end. I got to the same place as you. Oh, we didn't turn in the hat from earlier.
Hat?
Don't ask. There's like fucking random items you can pick up for some reason and bring them to the lost and found and nothing happens.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, it's kind of a strange idea, isn't it? The whole thing.
Yeah. It's detachable? Yeah. Power.
They're the same cable.
Same cable?
Hmm.
Okay. She says I can just take my Switch 1 plug and plug it into my Switch 2, so I'm going to do that now because it's more convenient. Okay? And if she's wrong, chat can pay $500 in super chats to make up the difference. Yeah? Deal. Why am I still on the dock area? I'm tired. I'm never getting out of this museum. I'm in the back rooms, man.
How did this get pitched?
Don't know. I think because they know how much work goes into the console, and not most people do. There is things in here that you wouldn't think of.
Yeah.
You know, like the speaker on the thing has a bunch of has little sponges, and it's enclosed so that when it vibrates, it doesn't shake the console, and the sound comes out the right way, and all that. And you know, and you think, well, there's months of engineering, but
Well, hang on. You made fun of me earlier for saying that it seemed kind of fun.
yeah,
So you don't have to convince me. I just mean it's like plenty of interesting things don't get made because they're weird.
yeah. Well, they shouldn't have charged money for this though. I just don't think they should have. It should have come free with the Switch 2. They're repeating information here. There's redundancy here. Chat knows there's redundancy here. Yeah, that's all redundant. We saw this earlier.
Maybe you're in the same place?
No. I will admit, so Too Wiggly says you underestimated the length because you thought it was the length of a pack-in title. I will admit there's more to it than I thought. But that doesn't mean it shouldn't be a pack-in title, you know? Especially with the price of the console going up and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, do you know what they should have done instead? Right. They shouldn't have charged people for it. They should have released this. Oh, well, no, it wouldn't work. Never mind. I was going to say that it would have been better to release something on the Switch to get people excited for the Switch 2. But you wouldn't be able to do all the mouse stuff, or it'd be less interactive. But
it's an idea though. There's an idea there, all right. Actually, yeah.
You release it
You
like
put something on the
episodic.
old console to get something that's actually a pretty interesting idea. But yeah, like you said, you wouldn't be able to demo the mouse and all that kind of stuff to them.
Could have all the trivia though.
Yeah, maybe. This isn't going to excite anyone though, you know?
Thought it was pretty exciting. The stuff with the little rubber feet.
I'm just going with my gut on all these. I haven't even read them. Did I get it? Yeah. Full marks. Amazing. What did it say? ALLM? What? Easy to use without any setup. Cool. The PS5 does that as well. I don't know. Probably. I don't know. The game mode launches on my TV all the time though.
They got the cable really neat. Never actually looks like that.
Yeah. I don't like this kind of shit. This is why I never bought Apple products. Granted, they look like much less of an evil than Microsoft these days, you know? But there's this thing where the idea was to assume what you want. You know, if you turn your console on, you must want your TV on.
Yeah.
Or if you turn your TV on, you must want your console on. Or whatever. Stop making fucking assumptions, right? If all it takes is for me to press a button to turn the thing on, then I don't need you to assume and skip that step for me. It's not that much of a hassle. And it leads to these situations where you end up, I don't know, you just end up with all these fucking things. Let me tell you, before this stream started, okay? I'd never streamed from the Switch 2 before. So I don't know what causes it to turn on, but this has happened before. And it cost me maybe a half an hour one time because I didn't stream all that often, right? I've been streaming more often than usual lately, but a lot of the time I haven't been streaming. And when you don't do it, then you forget certain steps that might be necessary or whatever. One of the things that happens sometimes is I plug in a console and it turns on something called ultra deep color or something like that, right? That stops the when it's going through the capture card. I don't know what causes this to happen, right? But it means that I don't get sound out of the TV. So then you're troubleshooting.
Ultra deep color.
Yeah.
And you don't get sound on the TV?
Yes. So then what happens is, let's say I haven't streamed in a year, which has happened for me, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't stream for a very long time. Then I do this and the sound isn't coming out and I'm like, what the fuck is the problem? So no sound coming out of your TV. What do? You go to the sound settings, the audio settings. You fuck around with everything in there. Then within a menu of a menu of a menu in the picture settings, what there is there's ultra deep color or something like that.
Right.
And nowhere on that little tooltip does it say. It only says it when it first happens, which you might not even have the TV on when you first plug the thing in.
Yeah.
It doesn't say it on the tooltip on the settings screen. It says this may interfere with sound or whatever. Turn it off if you have problems with your sound.
Why
right?
does it interfere with sound though?
I don't fucking know. But then I have to go into picture settings, advanced, ultra HD color and turn that off. Something like that. And then I get the sound back. All because they made the assumption you want this thing turned on. Right? Stop fucking assuming. Stop fucking assuming. Stop fucking assuming. That used to be the good thing about Windows, was that it didn't assume what you wanted to do all the time.
Yeah.
Right? But they're ruining that. They've ruined that. Apple was always a bit more like that. And it's okay if there's a company that tailors to people that just want the default experience on everything, but that's not me. That just can't be you. When you do what I do, like when you're streaming, it just can't be you. It's not you. I wish I fucking didn't, but I have to plug the HDMI in and out and get all these fucking things changed around all the time. You know? Anyway.
You're getting belligerent?
Yeah, but I'm mostly a nice drunk. Am I not?
You
I
are.
think I am. I think I am, fellas.
You're okay.
She says I'm not. No,
I
she
didn't
said,
say that.
I know. I know. I'm not reading any of this.
How are you not exhausted?
I don't know. I don't feel as drunk as I should, honestly, after how much I'm after drinking. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I haven't been drinking much lately either, so it's not like I have a tolerance.
It's toast.
Yeah, I had some toast before I started to try and fill my stomach up a little bit. So, at her suggestion, she ruined the stream. Golf. Golf.
Because I wouldn't let you
Golf,
drink on
golf.
an empty stomach.
Golf. 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 I'm about to break my Joy-Con, so I was slapping my Joy-Cons off the mouse mat.
Stop! You're doing it again! They can't even see you.
They can hear this though. They're banging their desks and they're saying golf. Golf. Gentlemen only. Golf.
Stop! Stop! Stop. Stop. You only just got it. Stop it. Fucking stop.
They have the straps on. With the, with the mouse feet. You've never done this with your mouse? Look how gentle I'm being. Here, here. Ting, ting, ting. Ting, ting, ting. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce to you a special announcement. Golf. That's not fair. That's not fair. No, because I'm saying golf, but actually she, you know, she doesn't need to be in here, and she knows that. She's coming in here as a kindness to you fellas. You know that, right? Because it's nice, isn't it?
Yes, I'm being nice.
She's being nice. And
Am I nice?
And I'm being not nice. No, I'm being alright. I'm just keeping it entertaining for the chat. Even if it costs a couple of Joy-Cons.
I think you're drunker than you think you are.
Yeah. What does the Nintendo Switch 2 dock do with video signals? It sends them back to the console, I think. I don't know. I'm not reading that.
They email
use the
each other.
dock. They email each other? They email each other.
They email each other.
Okay, that's the one I thought I was answering. That's why I got the third one wrong. Because it was about communication between the TV and the dock.
Are you gonna play Star Fox?
Which one?
Any of them?
Yeah, not for the stream though.
Did you tell them about Bonanza?
What about it? I told them I was playing it a little bit.
Was it
You
yesterday?
don't need to tell them anything more than that. If I had some thoughts on the game or something.
Do you remember?
Because I'm only in my first playthrough, so I don't talk about my first playthroughs of things.
No.
Okay.
But do you remember what you said to me when you were playing it?
I feel like this is something I probably don't want shared somehow, but I don't know. Are you drunk?
No, I'm not. It's not about the game. Well, it is kind of about the game.
What did I say?
You said that it makes you feel like a geezer.
That's not the kind of thing I want to share with people. I didn't say that to the chat. Why are you telling people this? What the fuck? You're supposed to be in here stopping me from telling stupid shit to people. You've come in to tell people stupid shit on my behalf?
I thought you might talk about it because the onk thing.
The onk thing. What?
You were doing the onk thing with your chat.
I was doing that onk thing. I was doing that onk thing with my chat.
Yeah.
I was doing the onk thing. Fellas, were we doing the onk thing together? I forget. Kids are only ladies for pin. All I was saying about Bonanza
Was that it made you feel like a geezer?
that is an exact quote, yes.
What was it you said? You said it was like it made you feel overstimulated or something.
I said it was an audiovisual overload.
Yeah, okay.
That made me feel like a geezer. No, here. Yesterday I was quite sleep deprived, okay? I was quite sleep deprived when I started playing it, and that's part of the problem is I was like, I have my new console and I want to play, but I'm falling asleep. And I start playing Bonanza and it's just like punch, particle effects and junk is flying all over the screen. I do think it's kind of true though, actually. I've been playing it today while I was awake. I was not in my sleep.
And do you still feel like a geezer?
I still feel like a geezer, yeah. I've aged a whole year, as you know,
Yeah.
in one day. So Yeah.
What little I did see of it was kind of stimulating.
It just means no. What I will say is, I don't mean that as a negative exactly. I mean, maybe there's a little bit of negative in there, but what I will say is to balance it out a little bit as a positive. Um, the I don't use this word often, but the game feel of the game so far, from what I've played, just feels immaculate. You know, the stuff like, yes, you have all the mechanics in the game, but how do you present those mechanics to the player in terms of the audio-visual effects that you attach to them and stuff like that? And it feels really good in that regard. You know, you're constantly punching through things and all that, but it always feels satisfying. And I actually feel that too many games use hit stop in a bad way and stuff. I've gone off about that before. But in this one, there is hit stop and stuff in it to make the punches feel impactful, but it never really feels overbearing. You know, it always feels like it's just crunchy enough.
Yeah.
Everything about it is just crunchy enough. And so that's a good thing. But on the other hand, it's maybe a little bit much for me sometimes as well. When you're deep in terrain and the camera is, you know, you can't really see very much and you're just punching and you have no idea what's going on sometimes. You're punching through like a treasure chest and a bunch of gold, and there's this thing over here and there's a banana, and it's like there's just so much stuff going on that you go, yeah, maybe this is more for younger people than for me, you know. That's all.
Do younger people even care for Donkey Kong?
No, but they will.
Okay. Is that the idea?
I think that's the idea.
Right. So, like, it's to appeal to low attention span, brain rotted youngsters.
That's a cruel way of saying it, but I, to be honest, I think there is part of that in it.
Right.
I didn't mean to talk about Bonanza this much on the stream, and
Oh, do you want me to be quiet?
well, it's very early days for me with the game, and I am enjoying it. I want to get back to playing it. It's like what I'm gonna do when I'm done playing it. I think that is a cruel way to put it, but I can't exactly say that that's not something that was on Nintendo's mind, right?
Okay.
That young players are very easily distracted, and so maybe they need these kind of dopamine pushing effects happening on screen more often than they have in the past, you know. But like I said, the feel of it is immaculate. Like, it's so professional. It's one of those things that you could admire, even setting aside all of how the gameplay mechanics work. You could admire just the way that those mechanics are presented to you in terms of, you know, the hit stop and the audio-visual effects and all those kinds of things that are built around it to make it feel good in a way that, as you've kind of seen firsthand a little bit yourself, when you're making a game, it doesn't feel that way in the beginning, right? So that's something that you tack on later once you have all that stuff done. So
Dopamine generator with Nintendo polish.
yeah.
Cool.
Can somebody please tell me what the correct answer to this is? Because I don't know, and I can't think anymore. I can't read it. I can't make myself read it.
Converts them for the TV?
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
They email each other.
Stop saying that. I couldn't make myself read it.
Do they know about your reading thing?
No.
Am I allowed to talk? What am I allowed to talk
It's
about?
one of the things that has made you laugh the hardest ever when I was playing a game. And I said, I can't read. I was playing some game and it was just bombarding me with text. And then I just said, I can't read.
Wasn't it 100 line?
No, I don't think so. Maybe it was.
I think it might have
Might have been 100 line.
I think it was.
It was bombarding me with text, and I just, at some point, I just went, I can't read, and I just started mashing things.
I'm pretty sure it was the 100 line.
And she's maybe never laughed harder than that at anything I've ever done while playing a game, at least in private. But I don't really like reading all that much when I'm playing it. Part of it is just because the text that you read while playing games is not worth reading most of the time.
What if the game is a visual novel?
Yeah, well, I've played Disco Elysium and Planescape Torment and lots of actual visual novels. Like I finished House and Fata Morgana
Yeah.
not long ago.
Yeah.
I read all of those. I read every word of all of those
Mhm.
because the writing had effort put into them all and there was something to be absorbed in them.
Hmm.
But a lot of the time when you're reading stuff in a game, it's just not worth reading. That's just true.
Yeah.
But I want to be clear though. I take this shit very seriously. Like I said earlier, I don't drink or do drugs. I don't do drugs, period. But I don't drink when I'm playing games. No, I mean when I'm playing games.
When you're playing games. Okay, so you don't drink or do drugs when you're playing games.
I don't do drugs at all.
Okay.
Don't say it like that. People think I'm not. People think I'm not serious. What the fuck? She gets on stream and she tries to sabotage me. What the fuck? Fellas, I have not taken in a drug at all other than alcohol and caffeine. I've never even smoked a cigarette. Okay? All right, fellas?
It's true.
It is true.
It's
yeah,
true.
she's trying to look at her. I can see it on her face. Man, if you could see her eyes right now, she has fucking evil eyes. She's like leaning into the microphone and saying, "It's true," as though it's not true, trying to make it sound bullshit. Anyway, but I don't drink while I'm playing games for the first time, and usually not even when I'm doing them second playthrough and stuff. How did we get onto this? Listen, most text not worth reading, okay? Most text isn't worth reading. Okay. Like, here's examples of text not worth reading is like when you get prescription medication
Mm.
and it comes with that little leaflet, just fuck it in the bin. Not worth reading, okay? No, most game text is not worth reading. But when I play games, I always read the text in case it's good. I try to imagine that the developers have poured effort into this game and that the game is worth playing and paying attention to. And when it comes to text, I am very rarely rewarded. And that makes me a bit resentful.
You know what? I do think that's what makes you like the most bad tempered when you're playing something that you're not enjoying
Yeah,
over time.
yeah. Well, and I will say, though, as well, I'm not autistically rigid about these rules either. I've been playing Bonanza, and sometimes I go up and I talk to an NPC because the NPC looks kind of interesting, and then I realize nothing is happening here, and my eyes just skim the text quickly and move on to the next thing. But I try to engage with the game in good faith and think that the game has something to offer, and if there's text here, maybe the text is worth reading. But very, very often it's not, and that has conditioned me not to care about text in games. I'm sorry. I got too heated there, didn't I?
You're fine.
I'm okay. Echo generator. No. It's difficult to find value in text when you're too high. Oh, whatever. Whatever. I want to start singing the Moon song from Eugenics now. I'm not allowed to sing on stream, am I? I have to save it for the karaoke night.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Karaoke night. 10 grand, fellas. Make it happen.
Did you tell him
No. But if it happens. We've done F. Where's G? Is G next? E, F, G.
that?
Where's G? G, where are you, G? Jason! Jason! Oh, we haven't done any of F at all. Oh, I thought I had F filled in, but I don't have any F. F this, man. What's your favorite sword in gaming? Dude, feel the sting of my Valiantium blade.
You were quoting that like 2 days ago.
I quoted it on stream while you weren't here as well. It said this thing has like high frequency vibrations in it or something. Chat is full of demonic presences. That's what I think. I think
Yeah.
the chat is full of demons. Because they always say things that... They always try and make me unprofessional. But I'm very professional. I was telling them that I'm going to work for Nintendo and wear a jacket.
Oh, the Nintendo
The
jacket.
Nintendo jacket. And go in. You know that?
Isn't it a jumpsuit?
It's a jumpsuit.
Yeah.
And they go into a grey building.
Yeah.
And I think they probably don't even... I don't know if this is even known. But they probably don't even have personal items on their desk or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd love that.
Why would I love that?
Because it's so neat and tidy and undistracting.
And because I'm a professional. That's why.
Mm,
Get the fuck.
I think you would
The
go.
hesitation.
I think you.
Oh! Oh!
I think what would happen is you would go into that nice professional environment in your Nintendo jumpsuit
Oh.
with your nice
No.
clean desk.
No.
And
Don't
you
say it. No, because they're watching. They're listening.
Yeah.
Don't tell them I can't do it. Don't tell them I can't do it.
You would go in there and you would make
No.
chaos.
Make chaos.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. In no uncertain terms.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know, listen, when the chat thinks about me,
Mm.
chaos is the last thing on their mind.
They're thinking Unk.
But sure, fucking Miyamoto's a fucking... If I'm an unk, what are they? She's got no answer. She's speechless for once. She's speechless for once, fellas. Can't tell you how rare this is.
So, do you think you'd fit in because you're Unk?
Not cause I'm unk, but cause no matter what anybody says or what anybody believes or any evidence to the contrary, no matter how numerous it may be, I'm a professional.
You're a professional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why.
Well done.
Thank you.
How much has he had? Like 5 drinks?
Maybe.
I made them pretty strong as well.
Surprised I'm not worse.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I don't know where to go here. Does anybody... Alright, we're not going to get any further than this. But if somebody could tell me where to go here. Just so that I can get to the next area and see if it's at least inside the console. I want to get inside the console. Sorry. Before I stop. I'm not on the floor, but that sounds comfy. Take the stairs down. Second floor. The dock with G. What? Getting conflicting information here. Second floor, somebody said. Even that's not consistent though. Does that mean this floor or the one below? Because some people call the bottom floor the ground floor.
Yeah, and then first floor,
Yeah,
second floor.
that's what I would call it. The HDMI out. I've got the H. Oh, there we go. That's mad.
Mm.
Air vent. How the fuck would you know that's there? Come on. Stamp guy would never. Stamp guy would never.
You know, it's kind of interesting that this is like a Nintendo thing, but they haven't like put in any that I've seen anyway, like Nintendo
Hmm.
mascotty kind
I
of.
think maybe there was some Mario music, but yeah, there was.
Oh, the coin noise that the.
Yeah, there was the coin noise. Yeah. Yeah, that is kind of interesting actually. Yeah. Yay! Let me through. Oh
What's-
no 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 no! Oh, the camera. I don't have a camera. Watch this. This game has no soul. If you can't go up the escalator the wrong way, this determines the score that this game gets. Okay? No,
No. Ruined.
ruined. I'll have to invent a term for this and make a whole video about it. That
Yeah.
you can't go up the escalator the wrong way. Yeah.
Right.
Don't tell them what my next catchphrase is. She knows what my next catchphrase is, but you're not allowed to say. I only have two catchphrases: contact sensitivity and extrinsic motivation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned because you're drunk.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, I don't want to learn about this. I don't have one. Fuck off. What the fuck? Oh,
You know, it looks a lot like old webcams.
yeah.
That kind of creeps me out a little bit.
Do you want to tell the non-believers in chat about how I finally got you to watch 2001 and how it's one of the greatest films ever made?
What do you want me to tell them about that?
That is one of the greatest films ever made.
It is one of the greatest films ever made.
Hell yeah.
It is good. You see it everywhere after you watch
Yeah,
it.
you do, don't you? Yeah. Oh, what the? Come on, man. No, we're not getting. It's not happening, fellas. I'm gonna have to call it. I don't know, man.
What time is it?
Nearly 7 o'clock.
Well, you've been up all night. It is your birthday.
Yeah.
No, I did really like the film. I did.
She did actually. Yeah, she liked it even more than I expected. I know. I put her on the spot there, but um. Yeah, she liked it more than I expected. 110. The lens.
Oh, that's nice. It's got a little slider.
I'm barely reading it, man. In which of the following ways could you use a camera? I don't see what the cardboard thing has. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. I got full marks. I did nothing. I was like, I'm so out of it at this point.
An emoji.
Thanks for being maybe the one gaming content creator I don't hate. There's time yet, man. Give me an opinion on something. There's time yet. But it's good while it
Make
lasts.
that Elden Ring video you've been promising everyone.
I've been promising everyone?
Yeah, he's promising that he'll make it. No, I can't even make the joke. It's too cruel. Maybe someday.
Oh. No. No, it's not happening. No. I might try the Duskbloods though. I was telling people earlier that I'm probably going to be pretty liberal about which Switch 2 games I buy because I want a nice collection, you know. So
yeah,
maybe I'll throw the Duskbloods in there.
I
knows?
don't think it's going to be good.
Yeah, well, who knows? Remember when Japan Studio helped make Demon Souls and Bloodborne and Gravity Rush and The Last Guardian? Maybe The Last Guardian, I'm not sure. Remember when they made all those cool games and then Sony said, "You're dead"? Wasn't that great? They said, "Shut them down and you can go and make Slitterhead or whatever."
Wasn't it Astrobot that they made the leftovers?
Some of them, yeah. Then, you know, somebody mentioned Humiliation Ritual earlier. The Astrobot developers got up on stage. I could be getting this wrong. The Astrobot developers got up on stage when they won Game of the Year and thanked Nintendo. Or something like that. They said, like, I think, maybe. They said something like how they got inspiration from Mario, basically. You know?
At least they were honest.
Yeah, at least they were honest.
Did they all get fired then?
No, I doubt it. Am I right about that? Does anybody remember? They did. Yeah, somebody says they did. John, you really love FF7 Rebirth, man. I saw your comment earlier. I've missed most of the chat, but I caught you earlier about FF7 Rebirth and Tears of the Kingdom. And I don't know. I didn't hate it. I didn't finish it though. I'm not a hater. But I don't see in it what you see. I'm sorry to say. They managed to avoid saying the word Nintendo. Yeah, you better believe they did. I was saying this earlier, right? So I might buy that new Star Fox, right? I probably will, right? But I don't blame anyone who doesn't. I don't think that you necessarily need to do it to support the fucking Star Fox franchise or whatever, because I get it, man. Because I'm the same way about Sony, you know. People were saying to me, you know, or people were saying in general, you need to buy Astrobot to show Sony that these are the types of games that they need to make, and they need to, you know. Man, I bought Patapon, I bought Loco Roco, I bought Eco, Shadow of the Colossus, The Last Guardian. I bought like every fucking game. Every non-mainstream game that they ever made. I didn't buy Puppeteer. Okay?
Yeah.
I didn't buy Puppeteer.
That's where you went wrong.
I bought Gravity Rush. I mean, I wasn't even that into Gravity Rush, right? But I bought two of them. I bought Gravity Rush and 2. I've never even finished 2. Right? I didn't even love 1, but I bought 2 because I'm like, that's cool. They made a cool game, I'll buy that. As long as Sony keeps making like little art housey kind of things. That's how Demon Souls basically started out, right? I bought Demon Souls. I didn't import it. Lost a little bit of gamer cred on that one. I didn't import it, right? But I bought it as soon as it was available here. I bought so many fucking games, and then they shut down Japan studio, and then people are going, "You need to buy Astrobot so that they know that." Fuck off, man! I've been doing it for like 20 years. I've been buying their games and trying to tell them what I want out of them.
Folklore is Japan Studio too. isn't it?
Folklore. I
Yeah.
bought Japan. Yes, that is a Japan studio game. Yeah, I bought Folklore. Fucking the Eye of Judgment. Does anybody?
What?
Can you believe this? That I own the Eye of Judgment.
What's the Eye of Judgment?
This was a card game. I think it was a Japan studio game. And what it was you had to own an iToy for the PS3, which I think I had. I definitely had the PS2 iToy, and I think I had. Maybe you could use the PS2 iToy with it, right? It was a card game, and you put the cards down on a mat, like a 3x3 mat, and they did a sort of augmented reality thing on your screen.
Hmm.
So you used the camera, and the camera looked down on your mat and looked at the cards and read a QR code or something on the cards, and then on the screen you would see a kind of monster hovering over the cards. So it's kind of like, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh, or what I would think of is, you know, what's it called, Tetra Triad or something from Final Fantasy VIII. That's the first little card game mini game that I would have played. But yeah, it was like one of the, or Gwent. Gwent would be the one that everybody would know nowadays. I've never played it, but you know, the card mini game within a game.
Yeah.
Right? It was kind of like those. Folklore, fucking Heavy Rain. I don't even like David Cage's games, right? Well, Heavy Rain. I don't know, man. I've bought loads and loads of Sony games, and then they just shut down Japan studio, and like, fuck off. You know, it's not my responsibility to go and buy Astrobot as a result of that, and it's not your responsibility to buy Star Fox, right? If I'm gonna buy it, okay. But it's not your fucking responsibility to keep the franchise afloat. If the game looks good and looks enjoyable and you think you would have a good time and it would be worth your money, buy it.
Feeling overheated?
I did get a bit
Yeah.
hot there. It came in a bit hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Feel the shape. What's chat saying? Yeah, I own Eye of Judgment, yeah. Triple Triad, that was it, yeah. Well, that was that the FF9 one or the FF8 one? I probably spent more time on the FF8 one. I remember the FF8 one being more immediately enjoyable, but I enjoyed FF9 more as a full game. But I thought maybe the card game was a little bit worse than it. I actually kind of liked Queen's Blood in the Final Fantasy VII remake. And since that guy was going on about the FF7 remake earlier, one of the things I really respect about the remakes is the fact that they included so many minigames and really honored that about FF7. Because FF7 was full of minigames and stuff. And those remakes have honored that part of the original experience, which I think is good. Yeah, I'm coming in hot. And I'm all fucked up. Don't call me that guy. You're that guy. Alright? Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. That dance wasn't as safe as they said it was.
What the fuck?
It's maybe the most quotable episode of Futurama ever. The That Guy episode. That guy. Where Planet Express gets sold to that guy. The 80s guy. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I can't remember what the name is, but yeah, please bring in. Fly falls down on the chair. Please bring in more jet fuel. I'm a program built into the intercom. Or one of my favorites. The 80s guy offers Fry hair gel. No thanks, I make my own. And then he slicks his hair back. Guess the shape by how it feels. Okay. What? Oh, I'm supposed to hold Laura. Okay.
Can you feel it?
I can feel it calling in the air. It's a circle. Pikachu. Is it a heart? No, it's a diamond. Ah! I think that's got to be a circle. Okay. Is this a diamond? Okay. I think this is the X. Yeah. This is the star. No! Okay. I think this is a triangle this time. No. I don't know. I'm too impatient now. It's done it again. Why is it doing this? I don't know why it did that. No signal. I need the noise. Technical difficulties. You know?
Yeah.
This is a noise stream. Anyone posting Pepino will be banned. $7 a.m. boozer. Yeah, yeah, man. Man, if you aged a whole year in one day, you'd be drinking too. I've only got a few days left to live. At this rate, I've only got a few days left to live. Okay, try again. Why do you have to hold? Why the fuck do you have to hold R? No, it feels too uniform in shape there. Circle. Okay. Up the top. That's diamond. The X. That's an X. Oh, these are quite similar. Okay, we got to be careful here. Down the bottom. It's a hexagon. Oh, oh, that's good. That's a good little twist. Okay, it's the star or the X. I think it's the star. Okay.
No. Oh, fuck this. I'm going to bed.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Off you go.
I can't believe you kept me up all night.
You can't say things like that and expect me to respond in a gentlemanly fashion. How am I supposed to reply to that?
I'm going.
All right.
Good night, chat.
Thanks for coming in. I'm sure the chat appreciates it. Can we get some kudos? She can't see the chat anymore, but let's give her a few kudos, all right? She does this for your sake. Yeah. She looks equal parts.
Tired.
She looks amused, tired, and put upon. But mainly amused. She looks happy, I think. Lots of kudos coming in. Look at all them kudos.
Aw. Thank you for all the kudos.
Okay. Golf. Golf, golf, golf. Golf.
Enjoy your geezer club.
The Geezer Club. Do you hear that, fellas? Do we have any under 20s here at all? Golf. Oh yeah, fellas, it's golfing time. I dropped my jelly. I think I'll be going to bed as well. Okay, bear with me a minute. I'm gonna take a little break for a minute, and then I'll be back. I don't know how much longer the stream is gonna go on when I get back. Okay. Hello, everyone. Nearly 7 hours, one of the longest streams ever. Just wanted to say thanks again for the well wishes. I don't know if I gave enough thanks for that. Thank you. Kind of reflexively putting the strap on there. I kind of wanted to get another drink, but I suppose I should leave it. Maybe I shouldn't play anymore either. I don't know. I want this move. Won't let me do it with the right Joy-Con. Huh. What's the story there? I have the left Joy-Con flat. Thanks. Thanks. It's another reason why I got the Switch 2 when I did, you know? A little bit of a treat. surprisingly hard. That was a guess, but yeah, I knew I had one prong on the top. Yeah, whatever. Let's go back. I don't know if I have much more gameplay in me, fellas. I think I might have to go to bed soon as well. Not the longest stream. That's kind of amazing to me that I've actually streamed longer than this. It feels like quite a long time. It's the same Switch as 2 as there's only one Switch 2 model, so it's the same as everybody else. It's got the blue and orange accents on it, but otherwise it's the same as everybody. It's the same as everybody. It's only one model. I don't know. I felt like it would be too abrupt to go when she decided to get up and go. I didn't know when she was gonna go. Felt like I should stream a bit more, but I don't know. There's a lot of dropped items. That's 2 now that I haven't been able to pick up because I'm full already. More glasses. I don't know what the point of that is. Maybe there's a point to it. I'm fiddling with those release buttons now. That's not good. How about we just relax here on top of the Switch 2 microphone, or what is it, camera? The camera for a little while. And then I'll say goodnight. Like so. Oh, we got some pop-ups. Looking out over there at the dock. Get to bed. Yeah, I probably should, but I don't know. I feel like I always feel like I haven't engaged with the chat enough, you know. I barely read it at all again. Always going off about something or getting absorbed in the little mini games or something. But you know, my bandwidth has been kind of full, so I haven't really been able to think about whether any of this would make good footage. Not as it is, obviously, but if I was to go back in and recapture some explanation for something in a video, would it be any good? I don't know. Probably not. My gut's saying probably not. But maybe there's something in there about the buttons or something. Or about the gyro or the accelerometer or something like that, maybe. But anyway, I'm thankful to have had the opportunity to play this and take it. I know it was meant as a joke to buy Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. I know that donation the other day, or well, whenever it was a joke, but if you take it at face value, you know, it's kind of like I didn't pay for this. So it's nice to be able to engage with it and see. It's not as bad as I expected. I still think it should have been a pack-in. I don't know what they were thinking, charging money for it. I couldn't recommend anybody here go buy it. I try not to engage in, this is a dilemma I'm facing right now. So might as well just talk about it. But I try not to engage in any kind of business practices or anything that I find disagreeable, even in the course of work. I don't know what happened, but it seems like I lost a load of save files on my PS5. I suppose there's a very slim chance that I deleted them to make room, but one of the save files that I lost was Death Stranding, and I just have a hard time believing I would delete that one, because it's a game I've already used for footage and stuff. I'm moving the microphone there, sorry if it made noise. It's a game I've already used for footage and stuff, Death Stranding, so I have a hard time believing that I delete the save file. But then again, some of the save files are very, very bloated. And I don't have that much storage, so maybe it's possible I deleted them. But anyway, some of my save files disappeared. The ones that I've noticed so far are... Because what's happened is I don't have any extra hard drive in my PS5. I imagine most people don't, because it seems like it's kind of a hassle to get another hard drive in there. Or to replace it or whatever. And yeah, so I have to uninstall and reinstall games from time to time if I'm capturing footage or if I just want to play a game or whatever. You only need a few big games for this to be a problem for you. And save files that went missing on me that I've noticed so far are Death Stranding, Elden Ring, and Resident Evil 2 Remake have all vanished on me, and I definitely needed Death Stranding, and I've decided that I would also like Resident Evil 2 Remake. Yeah, but they have don't know if you know this, but they have a DLC unlocker, or not a DLC, an unlockable kind of unlocker thing for Resident Evil 2 Remake, where you can pay €5 and unlock everything that's in the game, and that would save me a bunch of time. But I started playing it again just to avoid buying that, and I don't know, I think I'm gonna buy it anyway, even though I don't want to, because I don't want to contribute to them looking at that as a number of sales or something. You know, likewise, that's the thing that makes me feel bad about playing this game, is that I didn't want to contribute to the number of sales of it, you know, because I think it should have been a pack-in. It's just very strange to make something this dry and then charge money for it. And even after seeing that there's more to it than I expected, I still don't. I don't know. Granted, I don't really look at much stuff on YouTube, but I get the impression at the very least that there's a bunch of YouTubers and stuff who say that they're going to do one thing, or tell their audience to do one thing. They say, like, for example, don't buy this Unlocker DLC, or don't buy Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, or whatever. And then they go and buy it themselves and make quote-unquote content out of it. And that's just not, you know, maybe I can forgive myself for it because it's an exception. You know, we've had a good time. Hopefully nobody begrudges me buying this game or thinks that it was a bad idea or whatever. And you can make an exception here and there maybe, but it kind of, from the outside anyway, it kind of looks like, well, not just from the outside, I don't want to excuse it. It's like separating yourself from your audience, saying that you're different from your audience. You're, in a sense, you're above them, you know? Oh, you shouldn't buy this, you shouldn't get this thing, but I can, because it's my job, or whatever. I'm kind of talking myself into doing a playthrough of Resident Evil 2 Remake again, because, yeah, it's not really a good thing, but at the same time, it would save me a bunch of time. Because I need something that you, being slightly vague so as not to spoil what I'm after, I need something from after you finished it, you know? But yeah, it's been on my mind because of playing this thing as well. Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. I don't know. Maybe it was a mistake, but I don't know. So yeah, I don't mean to be a downer. It's important to bring this stuff up. Yeah, maybe it is. You know, I've tended not to talk about a lot of things because I don't want to get on my high horse or whatever. And to be honest, it's not really. I kind of have my hands full trying to explore games and do what I want to do with games. I mean, I can't even do all the things that I want to do with games and game creation and videos and all that. It's tough to make it all happen the way that I want it to happen. But yeah, to bring it back to games, maybe I shouldn't get into this, but this was one of the things. I don't know if it's still there. Maybe it's been patched out, but I don't know. But it was in Baba Is You. There was uh, a splash screen on it that said something about giving what we can. It's a, don't know if you'd call it a charity. It's not really a charity, maybe. It's kind of more a movement or something where people pledge something like 10% of their 10% of their income towards charity. And I remember when I booted Baba Is You, I watched that and I was thinking, why the fuck do I need to know that you're donating 10% of your thing? This just seems like self-serving kind of bullshit. But the reasoning to say that kind of stuff is that I've heard anyway, that I've heard put forward is there's this whole movement called effective altruism, and maybe that's part of it, you know. But maybe the giving what we can thing is part of it, whatever. But the reason to do it is because sometimes people donate to charity. Say you donate to charity and then you don't say anything about it. Now, I don't donate to charity, okay? Just to be clear, I'm not like saying some surreptitious thing about how I'm generous or whatever. I don't donate to charity, and honestly, I think even if I was a millionaire or something, I probably still wouldn't, right? So make of that what you will. But people donate to charity, and then if you don't tell anybody that you donate to charity, there's a way of viewing that which is actually selfish. So you can flip it on its head, right? The way to view it is, one way you could say it is, well, if you donate to charity and then you tell people, you're being selfish because you're getting something out of it. But another way to do it is that there's a kind of almost a meta reasoning to it or something where actually you're the good guy because you didn't say anything, but you secretly know you donate to charity and nobody else does. But I think the idea behind the giving what we can thing, the reason maybe why that prompt is at the start of Baba Is You, and I can't believe I'm getting into this, you'd only get this out of me when if I was on stream, if I was a little bit tipsy, is because it's actually less selfish to tell people that you're donating to charity, because it lets other people know that donating to charity is normal and that you can do this thing as well where you give 10% of your income if you're comfortable or whatever. That's the reasoning. Whether you agree with that reasoning or not, I don't know. But that's kind of what I'm getting at, is when somebody says that it's important to talk about these things, is usually I've shied away from talking about these kinds of things because it feels self-serving to say, well, I don't do this, I don't do that, I don't do this, I don't do that, you know. But maybe it's important to say every once in a while to let people know that I don't know, that I do the things I do or why I do them, you know? So, not even saying that I necessarily agree, but that's one way of viewing it, at least, you know? So, I'm trying to take that on board a little bit, maybe synthesize it a little bit. Maybe we don't take one viewpoint or another, but we synthesize a little bit and come out stronger for it in the end. And talk a little bit sometimes about the reasoning for why we do what we do, you know? So, yeah, I don't want to give Capcom the €5 for that because that's something that should be a cheat code. But there's another part of me that says, well, you have different reasons for doing it than other people. You know, you have different reasons. It's okay for you to do it. It's okay for you to do it because you're not actually trying to play the game. You're trying to get something for you're trying to get a resource for something else. And I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I'm not even telling you what I'm gonna do one way or the other. Because to be honest, because I lost, there's no such way to do it for Death Stranding. So because I lost my Death Stranding save, I had to go in a little bit. That cost me hours, you know, and not really looking forward to doing that again for Resident Evil 2 remake. But anyway, yeah, it depends. Ballbug. I was thinking that earlier when you said it, but which are you? I'll try and make this slightly more vague for privacy reasons. Are you Friday or Saturday? Friday or Saturday? I'm Saturday. So in Ireland it's Saturday right now, and most of my viewers are American, so you're probably Friday. Now, I've never used anybody else's footage unless it was labeled in some way. Not really. I can't think of it. I mean, there's never been a single time where I've downloaded anyone else's footage. What I've done is done GDC talks, or I used replays from Dust Force and Hyperdemon. What's it called? Devil Daggers. But they have the player's name in the corner of the screen. So yeah, I've never used anyone else's footage, and I'm not about to start. Plus, it's not going to be up to my standards anyway. It's not going to be exactly what I want if I use someone else's stuff anyway. That's another thing. So yeah, John, you can use different save files, but the thing is, I have Resident Evil 2 remake on the PS5, so I can't do that. It's a. Do I have the physical? I do. That might have been a gift from Mike, maybe. Not sure. But yeah, I have the physical. I think it's a PS4 version, but you know, same thing. Yeah, I've still been ignoring the chat. Sorry, I haven't been looking at the chat still. uh, so somebody asked, what prompted you into reading Fata Morgana? Well, I heard it was good. Just general trying to find out what visual novels are generally considered good. Fata Morgana is the top thing that you'll find, and it actually was good. So there's that. Plus the fact that it's not quite generic anime looking thing helps it a little bit. Yeah. Thought it was good. I haven't absent-minded, no. I might try and take a look at that. To be honest, I'll probably have forgotten by tomorrow. But I'll try and keep that in mind. Thank you. I don't know if I've been setting a trend. I feel like I set a lot of trends. I've never talked about this on stream, but I started joking a while ago. This was, as far as I'm aware, sometimes I think people are influenced in ways that they don't quite understand. But as far as I'm aware, I wasn't influenced by anything to do this. So it's a bit strange, but I feel like sometimes I have these little private jokes and then they seem to and then I see them out in the wild and I just wonder what the fuck? Um I started joking a while ago if I don't know what we're calling her now, but if the chaperone was still awake, she could uh, corroborate this for me. But I started joking a while ago. I think it was not long after I played Death Stranding, and I think Death Stranding has something like a smart toilet in it or something. I started thinking about the kind of, computerized Orwellian world of Death Stranding. And I was thinking about a smartwatch that's constantly measuring you. And then I just made it this little joke between us that went that when you experience stress, your smartwatch helps you de-stress by going beep beep beep. Your cortisol level is increasing, you know, and just because that was such a ridiculous idea. It was probably sometime after I watched Patriot as well. Actually, it probably wasn't quite after Death Stranding. I think maybe I was inspired to have this little idea by Patriot as well, because they have that episode where he's behind on. It's such a great show. I know I've talked about it before, but the episode where he has his to-do list, and then he goes and he does something that seems totally ridiculous when he writes it. I'm being vague in case anybody takes this as a recommendation to go and watch it, but he does something that seems totally ridiculous, and they show it all on camera in a very short span of time. And then his little smartphone or whatever goes, "You are 1 minute behind schedule." Like as though he's just accomplished something insane, but he's 1 minute behind schedule. And then I think I started kind of riffing on that a little bit with beep beep beep, your cortisol level is increasing. And lately I've just seen cortisol level kind of memes or whatever seem to be catching on lately. So cortisol spiking is an unk meme. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe I just wasn't familiar with it. I wasn't familiar with a Fox in Space. And I learned the hard way about that one last stream, so no, there's a name for this kind of effect where you see something and then you see it everywhere all the time. It's a little bit different than that, but maybe not that different in the end. Yeah. The language that's used in Half-Life 2 is very cool. I forgot how cool it was. I played through it. This is maybe a couple of years ago now, but it feels like not that long ago that I played through it. But the way that they refer to things on the Combine side is really cool. Stuff like cauterize, blah blah blah. The way they use all that medical speech to talk about things is very cool. Yeah, Bader-Meinhof. Yeah, you're right. That's the name of it. The Bader-Meinhof effect. I know the name of Dunning-Kruger, but I don't know Bader-Meinhof. Try to sear that one into my head. Yeah, that's the one that sticks out the most. User death imminent. Yeah. Or minor fracture detected. Administering morphine. Gordon was out of his fucking mind. He was out of his gourd. That's why they call him Gordon Freeman, because he's out of his fucking gourd half the time on morphine. He's a fucking morphine addict by the end. Sorry about that. I should have muted the microphone, but I'm pretty tired. I'm not sure I would have done it right. I don't know. All right, fellas. I think this has run its course, has it? So, I will say goodnight. And thank you for tuning in. I hope it was entertaining. I'll try not to shit talk myself, like I was saying earlier. It's whatever. Plenty of people enjoy the streams, and that's up on them. I wouldn't watch it. I certainly wouldn't watch all 7 hours of it, but that's me. You know. I wonder, can you put these on the wrong Joy-Cons? I don't know about that. Well, you can. You can put the blue grip onto the orange Joy-Con. There you go. And this is the last thing we've learned about the Switch 2 for one day. Sorry we didn't get to the inside of the Switch 2. I'm probably not going to stream this game again. So it is what it is. Thank you everyone for tuning in. You did indeed get it in time, absent-minded. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, and thanks for the well wishes, everyone. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good time. And I'm going to enjoy my Switch 2 tomorrow, I think. That's good, isn't it, fellas? Enjoy my Switch 2. We got it in the end. Lots of games to play now. Alright. I'll see you all. See you all when I see you. I probably won't be streaming again for a little while, alright, everybody? And, yeah. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. Alright, I'm gonna go. I always drag these things out. See you later, everyone.